my God.
Yo ho ho! What's up, beautiful people?
What's going on? For everybody who's here, Jonah, you got to start it off right, bro. This is your captain speaking.
This is your captain speaking. We are going into the red pill.
Let's
That is what we're
go.
talking about tonight.
Honest question, guys. Does he or does he not sound like a pilot right now?
Do I sound like a pilot? I like it. Look, I mean, it's how I get the agents to kind of like smooth, like to calm down. They get that smooth captain.
I like that.
Like voice.
Captain Corchin. Ooh, Captain Corchin, bro. That's
right?
like you could start a whole OnlyFans with that. Call it Captain Corchin.
Yeah, bro. I mean,
I'd register. I would register for that. Zero question. Was it like $10.99 a month? That's value.
$10.99 a month, dude. To hear me just talking smoothly into a mic, closing deals.
I like it.
That would be hilarious if we did like a community in OnlyFans. Like you did like just a real estate community.
I swear to God, I thought about it. I thought about launching
that would be so
closers OnlyFans.
That would be really funny because OnlyFans doesn't have to be pornography. It could just be whatever the hell you want it to be.
Imagine I crush on that, but nothing else. How did you succeed? I started a closers OnlyFans.
Yeah, like you just tell everyone you started an OnlyFans as a man, and you're making like 60, 70 grand a month.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I've thought about this before. I am now rethinking about this again. I am I'm literally going to OnlyFans right now, just so it's on my tabs.
Could you imagine you say I have an OnlyFans, I make 60 to 70 grand a month on it, just to people, and you give them no other context as a man? I think that would be so sick. I think people would be like, that's crazy.
Now, here's the question: like, what percentage of the people you think are joining the OnlyFans because they think I got junk out on a camera, and I'm just talking about sales skills? Two people join for the junk, or two people join for the sales skills? That's disrespectful.
The thing is like your marketing, they're gonna know it's closers, right? They're not expecting pornography.
I'm a little bit disheartened at the amount of people that Yvonne thinks will sign up for the dick pics. I'm just gonna be honest.
Yeah.
She's laughing a lot right now because she lowballed me in my inappropriate register. No, bro, I'm honestly really thinking about this. One in the chat, if I should start an OnlyFans, but not
such good marketing,
not for erroneous purposes. Like I'm gonna start an OnlyFans just to do.
You create your community out of there, like that. You charge them $100 a month. Like you just move instead of school, you do it in OnlyFans.
This is fire. Should I do this? Should I do it?
I think it would be insane marketing, bro. I think you just create an Instagram ad right there. You create an Instagram ad. It's like, I make 70 grand at OnlyFans as a man, and I'm going to teach you how to do it too.
I think I'm going to do this, dude. I genuinely am strongly considering creating an OnlyFans tonight.
That's wild.
Sign up.
Great segue. That's a great segue into the red pill right now.
I like it.
So, okay, Keanu, do you actually know what the red pill is? You seem like you kind of know, but kind of don't.
So, no, Shauna, I'm not actually doing OnlyFans activity. I'm doing business stuff. I'm just doing it on OnlyFans.
Yeah, we're using OnlyFans as a platform. That's it.
So, yes, correct, Giovanni.
Yeah, exactly. That's Cheetos.
Just building not 3 but 4 businesses.
So true.
Also, yeah. So Shauna, basically the way it works is you don't have to do like sex stuff on there. Obviously, that's the primary purpose, I guess. But supposedly, you can also do whatever you want. Like you can open up OnlyFans and do cooking, right?
Yeah.
With clothes on, or you could do business. So I could legit do the same thing I do for all of my other communities. Just do it on OnlyFans. So very interesting. Speaking of 3 to 4 businesses, big shout out to you coming and hanging out on the Season of Success Challenge, bro. That was dope. It was really cool having you.
Fun, dude. No, anytime you ever invite me onto anything, I'm gonna be there, right? Like I'm just gonna come out, hang out, support. I mean, you've got a great community, right? And I just wanna, like it's just going to be, always a good time, always useful to help out people, and then also probably somebody's gonna send me something, like a few people message me, so yeah.
I love that. Yeah. Robert got shadow banned on OnlyFans. I believe this. I actually really believe this. This tracks. Jonah, we're gonna talk about Red Pill today. No, Jonah is not in my community. He's just a baller that makes like millions of dollars doing real estate. And if I'm challenged to help people be successful in real estate, it makes sense to bring people who are, you know, maybe a little bit knowledgeable about real estate. So yeah, ballers were invited. Ballers came.
Yeah.
Okay, are we going straight? Do you want to talk about this whole weird situation that's going on right now at all? Do you want to skip that? What do you think?
I mean, I'm down. Since it's such current news, I know so little about the assassination of the CEO. The only thing I know is like what's the main news headline, right? That like people are supporting him or supporting the assassin because healthcare insurance is so fucked up in our country, right? That like, and like I'm conflicted about it. Like I don't think you should ever murder people, but also healthcare insurance acts in ways that's disgusting in our country, right? I don't think it's necessary that a CEO gets murdered for it, but that's the only debate that I know about related to that. You seem to be like on another conspiracy thing, it looks like, or I don't know.
Yeah, I'm really not. Here's what I know. I know, just like everybody else,
this
and
guy
guys,
was 9/11.
He definitely was. I mean, I think he was probably 2 years old
so
when this happened.
You just said, like, dude, this isn't a conspiracy this time. He's just an alien, you know? Like, so, just straight up objectively.
Here's what's interesting, right? So here's what I know. I know that this thing happened. The United CEO was killed. We saw the video of him getting approached, shot on the street. Most people have seen that. That's it. Then you see this person that they arrested. Here's what's interesting. All of the videos that I'm seeing about this guy and the way he was arrested, everybody in the comments is like, nah, something's fishy about this. Something's fishy about this. Like, I'll tell you one thing I heard. I don't know if this is true. I have not corroborated any of this. Guys, if you're familiar with this, feel free to let us know in the chat because I have not looked into this. But supposedly, in the original news articles, he ditched his backpack, maybe his jacket, and all that stuff in the park. It was found in the park. This is what was announced when they were trying to find him. When he was arrested, you know what they used as identifiers to arrest him? They said he was arrested wearing all of the same information, all of the same stuff that he was wearing during the shooting. So people are like, wait, how was he arrested wearing the same stuff if during the search you found those things in the park? And those are just one of a million different things that have been happening. Another thing is the picture. When you look at the pictures of the guy, there's all of these pictures where he's covered. And then there's, say hi to whoever you're making
it's
high
my
face
sister.
to.
I stole my sister's room, and she's probably not happy about it. I love you.
Tell her we all love her.
The entire community loves you. You want to say hi, Shauna?
Say hi.
You want to say hi to people, or no? You just want to go in your bed? Okay.
I'm just gonna wave. Can I get a wave? I'm just gonna wave. I'm gonna wave endlessly.
You want to wave back? They're waving at you.
Hey, let's go. We got to wave back. I appreciate it.
You can steal my room. Can you?
No Tapatio. I'm very particular with Tapatio. Frank's Red Hot goes crazy, in my opinion. It's a top tier hot sauce. So, okay. Yeah, so another thing is the eyebrows. So all of this guy's videos, he's covered. He's got a mask on. He's got a hoodie on. He's doing all this stuff. Then there's this random video with some dude smiling, mask down. Interesting. But then when you look at the comparison of the guy in the video next to the guy in the picture that they're saying they used to find him, they look similar, but his chin's different. His eyebrows are different. It's like they're kind of similar looking dudes. So there's just a lot of things about this that people are saying, hold up, this is weird. What's really going on here? Then you combine the fact that this guy's whole story is really, really weird. He is apparently connected to the CIA somehow, supposedly. Like, it's a really interesting situation. We don't have to go into it today because I don't know enough about it. There may not be a story here, but I just think it's really, really interesting. Look, Shauna, cool. Notice the eyebrows.
Yeah.
It'd be That's red pill, bro.
I mean, maybe what if we just? Well, we could also look at the photos to like you just quickly explain what you're talking about.
Yeah. So I'll give you an example.
Because that would take like 5 seconds.
All right.
Like, just give an example of like the two photos right? Of like the killer and the person or whatever.
Let's go. Let's just see if we do that. Present, share screen, Luigi. I just need y'all to know there's an actual OnlyFans tag option on my desktop right now.
You got to stop, bro.
I'm not going to stop. This might be a thing. You're going to be one of the first people I send my OnlyFans link.
I will be the first one to subscribe.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Did I share? Present, share screen. Is audio? Audio is on. I bet. All right. So I haven't watched any of these. I legit just pulled this up. Let's see if we get anything strange from this. He yells something. This is weird. I don't understand him. Can you pick up what he says here?
I heard something about I got his info. Like, that was very hard to hear in general.
Look at this. Like, just to be clear, just getting more coverage than the United Healthcare petition for a public trial. It's completely unjust and an insult to the intelligence of the American people. How do I sign up for jury duty? Diddy was arrested in September. No mugshot. This guy was arrested yesterday, and there's more coverage. Like, bro, I'm telling you, every place you go, people are saying this is fishy.
The thing about this CEO and Luigi situation is that we are witnessing a Robin Hood right before our very eyes. A true Robin Hood.
Interesting. So he's getting called Robin Hood?
He did it for
He's definitely not Robin Hood.
Suffer. This dude wasn't a sick man, some crazed lunatic. It was just a dude sick and tired of seeing his mom hurting, not getting the right medical attention. His mother suffered from nerve neuropathy for a very long time. He watched her suffer. He watched insurance deny her claims. He says that all her claims were delayed, denied. He said that on a good day, it felt like his mother's legs were immersed in ice. And on a bad day, his mother's legs were clamped in a machine shop vise. That felt to her like if it was crushing down on her bones until they splintered. She had more bad days than good and crawled on her hands and knees to the bathroom in pain. United Healthcare limited specialist consultations to twice per year, refused to cover advanced imagery. They kept changing the procedure. First, they would tell him to fax notes in. Then they would switch it by telling his sick mother to bring in a hard copy. And as he grew, he got angrier and angrier at the injustice that he blamed on the healthcare system. This is insane. He doesn't blame the doctors. He doesn't blame the nurses. He blames the insurance companies. That's fucking insane, dude. This is what Luigi Mangione wrote in his manifesto that was found. This was the motive that he gave. Like and follow for
very.
Man. I mean, that's the stuff I've been hearing, and like, it's super sad, and it's conflicting in some ways. Where it's like, dude, are just the American, and this would be like a completely different podcast that we do, but the American healthcare system, the incentives are so fucked. Like, just in general, like because the issue, you can't have something as important as healthcare have the profit motive, in my opinion, only profit motive because of shit like this. Because like, literally, what is the point of insurance? Like, when you think of like, especially like home insurance, they're trying to see, they're going to exhaust every single possible solution so they don't have to pay as much out in claims, right? So their incentive is to like not give treatment as much as possible, expensive treatment, to people who might need it, right? And so the incentives are just like completely screwed in our system. And this is like the result of what his mother was dealing with is exactly that, right? And I bet, and like hundreds of thousands of people experience that every single day, right?
Yeah, that's really tough. Let's watch this one real quick.
Luigi wanted to be caught because what he just confessed to the police proves everything. So for context, as soon as people found his Facebook, YouTube, however, what people found on his Twitter page shows that he wanted to be caught. When you go to his Twitter, just look at his header. I thought this was Bulbasaur, but it's Breloom, his back surgery, and a picture where he looks really good with his shirt off. And if you look up Breloom's Pokédex number, it's 0286. And keep the number 286 in your mind, because if you look on his Twitter page, he has 286 posts. What does 286 286 mean? His address, it is the last 3 digits of his zip code. It was how far away the McDonald's was, how much he spent on that McDonald's. It is also a denial code in the health insurance industry. Playlist on Spotify that has 286 followers. It is also the same day as National Insurance Day, the same day that Elon Musk is born on, the amount of followers his cousin has on Twitter. It is also this quote.
Bro, all right. That's just like, let's just think of everything that has 286 in it. Also, Elon Musk that's his birthday. It's like, bro, what? Like, what does that have to do with anything? Like,
I want to look more into this because that's really interesting. And dude, that may be a good podcast topic, right? Like, is the healthcare
that would be a
system...
good one to lead into healthcare, right? Because that could be an interesting one of like, what's the right way to do it or what's the best way to do it.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't have health insurance. I haven't had health insurance for years. I tried to sign up for health insurance and that was miserable. I'm talking about I got triple dialed by AI 11 million times a day for 3 months. It was horrible. I don't know, Shauna. I was not really prepared to go into this. There are pics that don't match. I haven't found them. They weren't on the top of TikTok, and I just literally
have it in the WhatsApp. Wasn't there a thing
maybe
in the WhatsApp? Like 95% sure, but I don't understand. And like, okay, we're gonna be we're just not gonna talk about the red pill if I keep going into this. But like, I'm so uneducated because like when you say something like it was so hard to sign up for healthcare, like and it might be because I'm young and healthy. But for me, I went to the website and signed up, right? Like I went to Kaiser and was like, I want health insurance. And they're like, okay, here's how much it'll cost you. And I was like, all right, cool. And then I paid for it. Like, what happened when you did that? Did they just say no? Like, we're not giving you health insurance? Like, I don't understand.
I don't know where to sign up, right? So I just Googled it, went to a couple websites to get quotes. My assumption is that was done because that's probably just a farming website. And then they sent my shit to everybody who's ever had an insurance license. And all of those people called me. 60% of them were probably from the Obamacare website, Affordable Care, whatever, right? But so that's one option. And then like, I just want like hey, do you have a couple of different options? Like, okay, is there a $300 a month? Is there a $200 a month? Like, what are the options? What do I get? What's my deductible? Last time I tried it, I did sign up for Obamacare. This was when it first came out, like when you had to, right? Like the year it came out and it was a legal requirement. I signed up for it, got whatever plan they told me to do. I think my deductible was like $10,000. It was something stupid. I had my emergency gallbladder surgery, got my gallbladder removed, $90,000 bill. You know how much Obamacare paid?
$80,000?
$0.
Why?
$0. Because the system's bullshit, right? So yeah, Yvonne has type 1 diabetes. How much time have you spent trying to figure out the login, talking to people, submitting stuff? They say it's going to get approved. She needs insulin, life-saving medicine. How many times have they told you that it's going to come, and then later on, months later, yeah, we're not sending that?
It's weeks of me going. But they say that my insulin, my pod, and my CGM are not approved as approved medication. So you have to figure out out of pocket.
So, long story short, what she's saying is that it's not months, it's weeks. But the problem is they'll approve it and then they'll deny it, then they'll approve it, then they'll deny it. Then essentially she's got to pay for it out of pocket. But this could be $3,000-$4,000 a month and stuff.
That's so wild to me. I was looking it up because like I've had the same healthcare provider forever since I was a baby. It's Kaiser Permanente. I was like, I was about to literally just suggest it to you, but they're only in certain states. So they're not in New Mexico. They're in California, Colorado, Oregon, Washington, Georgia. They're great. They're like, they give me a little card. They're like, here's how much your copay is almost every time. Here's your deductible. And they like actually stick to that. I've never been denied anything.
I have to get blood work like every 2 weeks now, sometimes every week, because of the stuff that they got me doing for my health stuff. Last time I went, I think it was $350 for blood work. I got paid for that out of pocket.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's do a show on that. Let's definitely do a show on that because I think it would be really, really interesting. That being said,
red pill.
We can do research, and if this seems like it's something we're talking about, we can talk about it. Let's red pill it, bro. What is the red pill? I have a little bit of an idea, but I'm like a boomer or something, according to y'all young folk. So fill me in, homie.
So the red pill is basically like it's a phenomena that was like more popular like a year ago or a year or two ago. The most famous example is Andrew Tate. That's who like everyone should think of with the red pill. He like kind of birthed that movement, right? A lot of people on his coattails, and I think everyone's heard of him. Where he's talking about there are some good things and some bad things, right? And some crazy things, right? So red pill, a lot of times they think about red pill dating. It usually is a dating thing, but it relates to everything. In essence, it's the idea that like as a modern man in society, right? It's like a very narcissistic view of society, basically. It's this like, look, to be able to get any woman, basically, that's attractive whatsoever, you need to be rich, you need to be making businesses happen, you need to be as strong as possible, you need to be, just the best at everything. Mostly leaning usually on like the rich and the mainly the rich usually. Like you just need to be able to like have a bunch of shit and like be successful as an entrepreneur and stuff like that, or you just won't be able to get like top tier women. And it's like that idea, like as a man, and that you should have several women because literally everyone's a 304 if they're attractive. And I'm like, okay, do you know what a 304 is? I don't even know if you know what that is.
304 or 3 or 4?
Yeah. No, 304. Do you know what that is? Yeah. It's basically hoe in a calculator.
Okay.
But basically, it's this idea that like
my brain deduced that translation of that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was good. Good job. You guessed it right. And basically, that like women, like all these women are like promiscuous, and that like it's like, dude, this idea that you should be going for a virgin, and that like that's the ideal, and like you're having to work harder as a man in order to get what's quote unquote a lower quality woman because they've had more bodies just generally than in the 50s. And if this is the whole philosophy, right? I'm not saying this is, I don't believe in it, but I'm just telling you guys, like, this is the philosophy of it. Like, just as saying it, like, I'm looking, like, every girl is looking for a man in finance, 6'5", blue eyes, right? Like,
Jess,
like, you're fucked.
Jess knows this. All right, bet. Jess is plugged in. So
younger people know what this is, what red pill is, right?
All right, hold on. I got questions. Can I ask questions?
Sure.
Because none of the shit that you're saying right now have I ever heard Andrew Tate say, right? So this is where I'm curious, because what I've heard you say is, all right, if you're broke, chicks won't date you. If you want a baddie, make a bunch of money, be a hustler. And if you, in the process of doing that, you should date a bunch of chicks because chicks are 304s. They got bodies and you can't trust them. And the ambassador of this philosophy is Andrew Tate. Am I deducing your conclusion, your summary properly?
I mean, I feel like I gotta like explain it better. I want to like try to find some videos. I'm hoping Gianmarco put some videos in, but like talk about the red pill and some red pill philosophy stuff. So I'm talking about red pill dating right now, but there's a whole world to red pill. Where red pill comes from is the Matrix. So let's start there. You guys have seen the movie The Matrix, right? Where like Neo gets either the blue pill, he goes back into his reality, whatever, and then there's the red pill, which is the truth, right? And the truth is like things like some of it just has to do with like a lot of some of it like when it gets into political red pill, it's a lot of what you actually believe in. Like none of this is real. These people, nobody's telling the truth. Like all these conspiracies are probably real. Like stuff like that, right? Like kind of it turns like a conservative end, but it's not like a traditionally conservative sort of end, right? But it's this idea of like what is true and like what every man needs to be doing, right? Like if you're not this entrepreneur, you're just a loser, right? Like you're gonna get like some meh girl, right? Like it's this idea that like you should be like here's what you do if you want to have it where you have like 3 girls that are just dating you and you don't like and then they won't date anyone else if you act in a certain way, right? Have this money, kind of a lot of times they're just treating them disrespectfully, right? And kind of treating them like shit. I feel like it'd be better if I had some like examples to give you. I
feel like you're not doing this justice. Because if this is all that they're saying, I don't understand how this became popular. Does it sound silly?
Well, it's like this idea, the whole thing, it is like dude version of feminism. I agree, exactly, Jess. It's this idea of like, look, you gotta fight against this feminist woke bullshit. Like, we gotta like stand up together, like, and you gotta get your finances straight, you gotta get your strength straight, right? And then you gotta like realize that these 304s just want you for your money and just play the game. That's what it kind of is, right? And then there's like a lot of young men who can't get laid at all, and they're just going to these communities and being like, okay, like, all right, so this is what I say to women. I just say you're a dumbass, right? And then like whatever, right? Like, and then, you know, and then yeah, and that's like how I understand it. I think it would help to watch some videos because there's a lot in it, you know, into the philosophy, right? Like I'm gonna bring up a short right now that might be explain it a little bit better.
I need you to
It's
fill me in.
kind of like all of those mixed together, Jess. It's like pickup artists, and it's sort of male supremacist groups because they're talking about how like a lot of times they'll talk about just how like
is this a thing?
Sort of like they kind of like talking about how like they believe a lot of times like women should like if a woman was to truly be happy, they would just be, you know, in the kitchen, just doing whatever, right? Like that type of stuff, and like just attached to one man, right?
You're not allowed to leave the kitchen.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's that type of shit, right? It is that type of shit, right? And I'm gonna watch here. Let's just. I'm gonna bring up a
Yvonne's like, I feel like I don't. She's not being wrong though.
So
I never leave the kitchen either.
So I'm gonna show you because I feel like I'm waffling here a little bit because
you're doing a little waffle. This is reminiscent of your attempt to demonstrate
because it's like a complicated philosophy. So like it's shit like this.
That's a blue-haired dude. Let's go. He's probably got something valuable to say.
My message is like, I want you to be empowered to live the life you want, the best version of that life. I want you to be able to buy the home you want. I want you to be able to eat the food you want. I want whatever matters to you. I want you to be in the best position to make that life a reality. So I'm not going to tell you how much money that means, and I'm not going to tell you how that money needs to be spent, but I'm also not going to put limitations on your ability to realize your dreams. I want you in the best economic environment, social environment, whatever it may be, to bring your dreams into reality. Is that not a better message than, oh, you could survive on $85,000 a year. You're prioritizing money too much if you care about X, Y, and Z. That's not up to me to decide for you.
It's not up to anybody to decide.
But you are deciding
I'm not deciding. It's the recommendations based on the lives that I've seen people around me live. As somebody that's been very poor and as somebody that's been very wealthy, the reality is that it's like a guy that's 5'9" saying he can't date any women because he's too short. If you're 5'9", you can't date anyone because you're too short. There's other problems going on there.
Agreed.
If you're making 80, 90, 100,000 a year and you're like, man, I'm miserable, making twice or 5 times as much is not going to make you any happier.
It depends why you're miserable.
So like, for instance, like I'll explain that clip in the whole context, right? So like that clip, like what the woman is arguing is like, look, we want to be encouraging young men to be making $200,000, $500,000, $1 million a year. And then the other guy, blue-haired guy, because there's blue pill and then there's red pill. So blue pill is like the establishment is good, like, you know, like go to college, like going to college is actually a good idea.
So you're a blue pill guy.
I'm more blue pill than red pill, but some things they're right about. Like there's like, I'm not trying to have 80. I'm trying to make a fuck ton of money, right? Like I get it, right? Like, so, but the point is that like for most people, like making $80,000 to $90,000 is like, that's doing really well. But like what the red pill would say is you're fucking broke, dude. Like you need to be making way more goddamn money. So quit your job, go into crypto type of shit, right? So that was just one clip. I'll see if I can find like other ones.
I need more because I actually agree with both of their sides. I didn't hear a conflict in those 2 points of views. I agreed with both. And I feel bad because I biasly and unfairly judged the dude with blue hair like I wasn't going to.
So like I'll do an Andrew Tate one, right? Because like there are certain things that are like I agree with both as well, right? Like it's not necessarily an either or in my head. I like choose what I like from both philosophies. So let's listen to Andrew Tate talk about it.
Two choices as a man. You either realize the truth about reality and understand how the Matrix is suppressing you and affecting your mind. You either wake up and you are now in battle against the Matrix itself, or you accept the programming. And when you accept the programming, the battle doesn't end because now you're in a battle against your own mind. If you believe the shit that they want you to believe, you're unhappy, you're depressed, you're miserable. So you're either fighting against yourself inside of your own mind, living in some semi-depressed state, sitting on the internet talking complete bullshit in these liberal hate mobs, or you understand the truth about what's happening and you're in the war against the Matrix. You can't escape this fight. You have two.
Okay, that was completely fucking useless. Hey, Margaret, do we have any clips?
What is the red pill, guys? The red pill essentially comes down to I'm not going with the norm. I got to be able to think outside of the box. Red pill aware, this is what it is. Stepping outside and looking at the truth. That's a very good thing, especially when it comes to women. The more you go against the grain, the more you start to think to yourself and not follow the masses, the more you can stand out to women. Because guess what? Guys are doing the same thing. All I believe in, guys, is being outstanding. And that's how every guy should be. Start looking at everything that you're being told and say, you know what? Is that how it really is? Is that the real truth? Don't just follow directions just because it sounds good. What is the
All right, these people are like just doing as bad of a job of explaining it.
No. I don't think they are. Can I? While you're looking for a better one, can I put out here a possible suggestion here, bro?
Yeah.
Here's what I'm wondering. I don't know a lot about Andrew Tate. Obviously, I don't think anybody follows Andrew Tate because he's not followable. But I have heard a lot of Andrew Tate, right? Because there was a season there where I don't care what your algorithm was, Andrew Tate was on it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say there were some things that Andrew said that I thought were just kind of outlandish and silly. I don't know that he as much believed those things. I felt like he was just going for shock value more than anything else. That was just my interpretation of what I heard him say. So there were definitely certain extremely chauvinistic or silly things that I just didn't agree with. And my assumption was he was going for shock value. Maybe he actually believes that stuff. I don't know. But the majority of what I heard is what you just shared. The majority of what I heard from Andrew Tate and followers of Andrew Tate, and guys, if you guys have any experience with this stuff, please fill me in because I sound super old right now and apparently I don't know about this. But what I heard was what you just shared. Like I would say 80-90+% of what I heard was what you just shared. Bro, stand up, handle your shit, handle your business, provide for yourself, be a better man, be a better person, be a value add to society, stop laying down, stop listening to everything that you're told, think for yourself, and handle your business. That's the message that I got. And I think that's a good message. I think that's a valuable message. What I'm wondering is this. Now, maybe I'm misunderstanding the message, but what I wonder is this, bro. One of the things that I gathered a lot from that season was that I think a lot of people were looking for the bad in what he said so they could have something to be triggered, and then they threw the rest of the whole message away. And all they heard was the things that they don't like. They focused on the 1% and ignored the 99. What I'm wondering is it possible that the reason that you're having a hard time finding things is because you were one of those people that found the 1% to complain about and then threw away the 99% of the messages?
Yeah, I mean, that is also part of it. Like, and I'm saying that, like, in essence, the red pill, how like, I'm not red pill as much, but no, in essence, that's like what the main thing that they believe, and that is a good thing, right? Like, I agree with it. What I disagree with a lot of times is how they describe that, in the sense of like, what would be the good life, right? Like, the good life to someone in the red pill usually is be an entrepreneur, make a fuck ton of money, have as many women as possible, right? And like, what else? Those are like the main two that I like think of, right? And like, there's nothing wrong with being like a man and wanting these types of things, like wanting material things and standing up on your truth and like doing all of that stuff, right? Like everything you said, which I think is part of it. Because I think a lot of times in society, what we're told as men is like, just feel your feelings. Like it's like it's like X, Y, and Z, right? But I also don't think that's like the way to be happy, or like have a happy life is through materialistic things. So, but I do agree with them in the sense that like sometimes what a lot of men need in their society is to get the fuck up and stop complaining and being like blaming society for your woes, right?
Yeah, so far, if I had to choose a side right now, here's where I'm at. I don't know anything about this, but so far I'm Team Red Pill, and I'm confused about what Team Red Pill you don't like.
Well, I don't like how a lot of times how the Red Pill talks about.
I need to hear an example of that.
Of the like things like just being like it's okay to cheat on your girlfriend, like it just is fine.
No, that's
right?
stupid. That's stupid.
But like
that's
like something that they could be like. It'd be like, look, once you become maybe not that it's okay, but like once you become a successful man, that's just what's gonna happen, and like these women should stop complaining about it. Like if you want to date,
no, that's ignorant. That's ignorant. So,
right?
but okay,
that's what I don't believe. But
of the people who espouse this philosophy, what percentage of them do you actually think are actually saying, yeah, let's go cheat on our girls, be a man and cheat on your girl? I don't like, is that a common thought process in this?
In the Red Pill, yeah. Like that's what a lot of Red Pill content.
Show me one. I need to see one, bro. Show me.
All right, I'm trying to find a short clip of it. Is the issue?
Because here's my thing. I feel like I'm gonna tell you. Want me to tell you? Like I can tell you what I think psychologically is happening here. But I also think what's happening with you, bros. I feel like maybe you found the worst of the situation.
Hold on. Let me just show you just like a real quick clip of this. Just like the beginning. This is someone reacting to this guy. He's like what considered like a Red Pill guru. Just like this is the type of stuff I'm talking about where I'm like, what? Right? Because like the general message of be a man, get stronger, get richer. There's nothing wrong with that. And I think that's a great thing to aspire to. But then there's like shit like this.
Any man who marries a woman past the age of 23 years old, you're getting leftovers. But yeah, David, listen, man. I'm not trying to be mean-spirited, but you married a single mom. Like post-wall women, they get married all the time, but the men they get married to are very low value. They're beta males. They're pushovers. They're not real men. They're not the men that arouse these women.
So credits for
we can just like I know that's really clipped, right? And we could I don't know. If
I'm done. Let's hear it out. Let's hear what they got to say. Give us your thoughts.
This guy is reacting because I'm choosing someone reacting to them, right?
Okay.
So do you want to keep hearing what they have to say, or do you want to
just they throw in clips? Let's go.
Credits due. This man makes fun of other people's spouses and different things like that. Claims he would never date a single mom. Well, somebody pulled up his quote unquote girlfriend's bankruptcy records because those are public records that anyone has access to, and they found some interesting information. Let's see. Listen.
All right. No, I thought this was going to be more. I didn't know this was going straight into. I thought they were going to wait a little longer. All right. What else? Jamarco hold on.
And like this is the parts that I disagree with the Red Pill on. Like I was trying to show you, like, okay, here's the parts where I start disagreeing with them. The parts that I agree with them is like when they say things like, yeah, you should like try to get as rich as freaking possible. You should try to be as successful as possible, right? Like I totally get that. Like I understand that, right? But at the same time, a lot of them just believe shit like this, where it's like if you marry someone who's over 23, you're getting leftovers. It's like, what? So like that's crazy. That's just insane, you know? I don't have like many small clips is the issue. Like I have longer videos. That's why I'm like trying to find a clip right now.
Imagine if you would have like prepared yourself before you got
dedicated.
It would have been better, you know? But
Dad, let's hear your favorite thing about yourself.
Well, you don't do that.
You're doing a great job. Jamarco sent one. Hold on, let's see what Jamarco's got. This is Andrew Tate speaking. I don't know how to rumble. So yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I'm not really seeing anything that is this was a pop podcast. He did not have time to study. When he got into the Zoom, I was like, everybody close your books. We're doing a pop podcast. You better.
Where's Marcos?
It's in WhatsApp.
Okay.
It looks like it's a whole Andrew Tate thing. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like, you want to know what I think is happening here? Just my summation of things. Like my opinion on this, from what I've heard, is I think there is an avid attempt to. I mean, there is an attack on men on a lot of fronts. I think masculinity as a whole has been under attack for a number of years.
Right.
And I think it's silly, right? I don't think that I'm not a feminist. I can't pretend to know anything about feminism, but in my naive opinion, I can't imagine that successful feminism requires emasculating men. I don't think that that's required. Matter of fact, I would argue that if you have to put somebody else down to succeed at what you're looking to accomplish, then your entire philosophy is flawed to begin with. One could argue if your philosophy requires the stepping on of somebody else, then that says something about the weakness of your philosophy. Now, I might be corrected later on if somebody presents something that I haven't thought of, but that's just my opinion on the topic, right? And so I don't know. I think if feminism, and again, there may be a feminist that watched this that corrects me, right? But in my opinion, if feminism is the endorsement and the uplifting of women, you shouldn't need to put down men in order to uplift women. I don't think that's required. Vice versa.
I agree.
If you're going to uplift men, you shouldn't have to put down women. And so I think maybe if the attempt of this red pill thing is to re-uplift men, I think that's a good thing. Now, if the attempt that they used to do that is to put down women, then you're being a fucking idiot. I think you're destroying, you're weakening your message because of your inability to actually show the strength in it. Then I would argue, how manly are you in the first place? If you are really that masculine, for lack of a better word, then you should be masculine enough to not have to put women down, but to uplift them as well. That's just my opinion.
And I agree with that 100%. Like, that's my opinion of it. Like, that's what I think is a good thing is I agree. Like, I think masculinity is looked down upon in our society a lot more than it used to be. Because, like, not everything is toxic masculinity, right? And that's something that they talk about too, right? Does toxic masculinity this? I think there's a version of it. But also, like, not everything that's masculine is toxic, right? And I don't think that's talked about enough. I'm going to share, this was like an interesting one that Gianmarco had. I've seen this clip before. This is like an interesting one. This is like, I don't know how red pill this is. This is more just Andrew Tate being interesting, but it's like an interesting idea, right? So we'll watch this.
Depression is not real. Feeling depressed is real. So you can feel depressed, but you feel depressed, and that is a natural biological evolutionary trigger for you to change something in your life. That's your own mind telling you you're unhappy about X. If I went to jail today, I'd be depressed because I'm in jail. Right. I haven't caught depression. I don't have a disease. I'm just upset with my situation.
Yep.
I have people message me all the time. I'm fat and I can't get a girlfriend because I'm depressed. I'm like, no, pancake lover. Because you're fat and you can't get a girlfriend. Do you understand?
Yeah.
No matter what the worst thing that could possibly happen to me on earth, I will feel sad, but I will recover and I will not become depressed because I don't believe in depression. If you're in an old haunted house, right? You have two people in two haunted houses. One believes in ghosts and one doesn't. You hear some noise in the night. The wind blows, right? The man who believes in ghosts is like, oh no, a ghost. Now he's scared, right? He wants an exorcist. He can't sleep. He's scared about ghosts. He's paranoid. The guy who doesn't believe in ghosts goes wind, whatever, and goes back to sleep. Do you understand that it's the belief that gives it power?
Right.
If you don't believe in ghosts, the ghost can't hurt you. If you don't believe in depression, you can't become depressed. And I refuse to believe in something that's going to weaken me. Why would I believe in something that's going to weaken my ability to deal with problems in life? Why would I do that? I'm temporarily immortal. Do you understand? Do you understand? Yeah. I'm temporarily immortal. And I'm not going to waste my living years believing in things which take power from me.
Like, that's like an interesting one, right? where like I feel conflicted.
What do you feel about that? Yeah, give me your thoughts on that philosophy.
I'm conflicted because I think there are some people who I think there's a difference between depression and sad, right? Like the what he described, like a fat guy in his mom's basement who's like, dude, I can't get a girlfriend because I'm just so depressed. That might be someone who's just like, wait a minute, no, you're depressed because you're not fucking doing anything with your life. And then I think there's some people who actually have like a chemical imbalance, right? Like I think that's also possible. But I think what Andrew Tate is talking about there and what a lot of red pill talk about, and I agree with, is like too often we just assume chemical imbalance versus looking at the person's life circumstances and being like, dude, like no one's telling young men how to become men in our society, right? And so what a lot of these red pill people are taking that place, right? And being like, look, get your money up, get into shape, get your money up, like those two things you do first and then start looking for girls, right? Because after that, then you're going to be in a higher position where like you're going to be able to get a more attractive girl. And that's 100% true, right? Like that's a fact. And I agree with them on that. It's when they start going into certain crazy shit is when I stop agreeing with them, right? And so like with that one, with the depression thing, it's like one of those things where if it's not a chemical imbalance, yeah, like I 100% agree. Like you have to at least try. You realize like your life circumstance will make you depressed or sad. The issue is I think there's a difference between sadness and depression. I think true depression is like chemical imbalance, and then otherwise you're not really depressed. You're sad. You know.
I have a couple questions. One, ladies in the chat. We have a bunch of attractive ladies in the chat. Do you guys care how much money a man makes? I'm curious. And I don't really, I mean, I'd love for you to be honest, right? Does that matter to you? Where does their income or associated things rank in your personal areas of priority, right? Because I think there's this goes right. So the CEO says obviously, right? I mean, while we wait for people to respond to this, I'm interested, ladies, if you guys care to answer or be honest about your opinions on that. I'm interested. Do you care how much a man makes? Here's my thoughts on what he just said in that video. I don't fully agree with that. I think his message is sound to a certain degree. I think his delivery is flawed because I disagree with him, right? Essentially what his message was is ignorance is bliss, or even more aggressively, ignorance is power. And that's just not true. Because essentially what he says is if one person thinks there's a ghost and the other person doesn't think there's a ghost, they're not going to be living like there's a ghost. And I hear the message in that. Basically, the message is if you're not distracted by the BS, you're not going to allow it to be a hindrance to your choices. The problem is if there is a real damn ghost and that ghost can hurt you, you're ignorant and an idiot for not being willing to acknowledge something that's real in your life because you would rather just be naive. What you're saying is you're trying to make naivety a replacement for self-control over acceptance of realities that may not serve you. And I don't think that's true strength. I think true strength doesn't tell you pretend it's not there so you can just be a baller. I think true strength allows you to acknowledge the existence so you can truly overcome it. I also disagree with that. Depression isn't real. I think depression is probably a very real thing. I think that there are real chemical imbalances that affect people's brains, and that outside of their control, 100% outside of their control, their life can be impacted because of something they have no control over. I have been 100% firsthand impacted by stuff like that. Now, here's the other side. Does that give you an excuse to give up and just wait until it gets fixed? The answer to that is no. So I agree with you as well. I think that, it's good to define, right? Okay, first of all, so what do? I think first, you have to acknowledge, is this real or not? Okay, 2, what am I going to do about it? I think that's the right answer.
Yeah, 100%. Let's keep watching clips of Andrew Tate. Like, I think that's where we'll get into. I think this will be good. Gianmarco has a bunch, and I pulled them up now. Thank you, Gianmarco, because I was kind of floundering there, right? So let's watch this.
Genuinely, never, ever consider those options ever, then he's just a low-value dude. That's the reality of the game. The reality of the game is if the guy has choices, he's going to consider those choices. I know it's unfortunate, right? But and I'm telling you, a man can be head over heels in love. I love you with all my heart. I can be ready to die for you, take a bullet for you. but I'll still fuck that bitch.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But this is where you get confused.
Yeah, I think that what he just described isn't universally true. I think there is truth to it, but I think that that's actually a sign of weak character.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Right? Like that's my point. Is like it's like, yeah, I have the physical ability to, right? But you know, you're hurting that other person. You're like gonna really hurt this person that you love, so that you could just have sex with someone else, even if you are incredibly high value, right? So,
all right, watch the third one. Let's watch the third one that Gianmarco said.
All right, hold on.
We hate those social bitches. You know what I'm saying? You meet a girl for the first time, right? First time. Here's a test where you meet a bitch for the first time. Say, what are you doing next week? Correct answer. Oh, nothing, just home. Attractive. That's what I want to hear. You ain't been nowhere. You don't go nowhere. Just home. What are you doing next week? Oh, well, my friend has an art exhibition, and then my girl knows this guy who's doing this thing, and we're going to this party because it's a launch for this new clothing line. And then on Wednesday, it's my friend's birthday. Her name's Chloe. She's so funny. And we're going to go here. And then this, that. She starts giving you this busy schedule. Hoe. Slut. Shut up. Unattractive. Don't want to hear it. You're a hoe. You've been too many places. You're not home enough. You're not reading the Bible. Uninterested. Busy bitches, social bitches, unattractive. Next thing that's unattractive that women do.
Yeah, I disagree with that 100%. I think that's a gross generalization.
Yeah, that's what. Anyways, that's what I was trying to describe a little bit. Wait, it's going into something else. That's what I was trying to describe in a little bit. Was like, okay, there's a certain point where it's like, just like people are like these are human beings, right? Like just because you're like just because you're social doesn't mean that you're instantly a hoe, right? Like as that video was saying, you know, like you have to realize that like just having a girl that's
Jonah's internet's veganing again.
Hey, did you lose me for a second? Am I back?
I did, yeah, your internet veganed.
I'm internet vegan. God damn it. But basically, what I was saying was like like that's just like not like you're just not accounting for like there being like a human thing there, right? And it's just like, okay, like you're just gonna discount a girl because she's social, right? I agree, like don't agree. You're just exactly like you said, making generalizations. You have to take people as human beings, right? And it's like, is that really what you want? Is like just a girl that stays at home and cooks and cleans and doesn't think at all and just reads the Bible, you know? Like that's what it sounds like we're going for. And it's like, that's like not as cool as you think it would be, I feel like. I don't know. That's also part of my feeling. Like I want a girl that could intellectually challenge me. Right? And like it's also on the trying to help me grow as well. Not just like some girl that's there. Just like I feel like they assume everyone's a bimbo.
Well, here's the thing, right? Maybe in the circles that they're walking in, that's true.
Right.
You know what I mean? I mean, I think this is something that we got to take into consideration. The circles that you're around are going to paint your worldview. And if you're in Miami and you're always out of these parts, there you go, right? So literally, this is the first flaw in this. And I don't know. I don't know a lot about Andrew Tate. One thing I know about listening to this dude, he's everything but a stupid person. He is not a stupid man, right? Like he's a smart dude.
Yeah.
So, then the first question I ask myself, if I'm processing this philosophy, now here's the thing. For me, we talked about this when we talked about political stuff. When I'm going through decisions in life, I'm not just gonna. I don't respond to shock value like that. Like I need to hear it. I need to process it before I come to a conclusion. I'm not going to just jump on a bandwagon. Oh, everybody says this. He must be this. Everybody said this. They must be that. I just don't buy that. It's the philosophy that you don't like about this. But then people will complain about a philosophy and then live it out in their own life. completely unwittingly. So here's my opinion. When I listen to like the Andrew Tates of the world, the first thing I ask myself is, what percentage of this stuff does he believe thoroughly? What percentage of it is he embellishing to a specific degree because he understands that shock value gets clicks, clicks gets follows, follows get revenue? That's just the thing that happens. There are people who create whole email campaigns, whole YouTube channels, and all of their titles are clickbait. You go into the video didn't say a damn thing that you saw in that title. So are they scammer liars or are they marketers? And I think there's a gray area in that, right? For me, I fall on the side of the gray area. If I got to lie and do spammy shit to get your attention, then what I'm saying may not be as valuable as I need it to be. So I would rather increase the value of my message than go for a spammy, catchphrase to get your opinion, to get your attention. I don't know. I mean, is shock value a bad thing from a character standpoint? I think that's a personal question. I think it can go too far. Some people may disagree. So first question I ask myself is, does this dude believe this stuff or is he going for shock value? Step number 2, we're at 90% positive nonsense. 1 or 2 videos that are, well, let's call it 60, 70% because I don't know how many we watch, but we've seen 1 or 2 that are like, all right, that's just stupid. So which one properly represents a philosophy?
I would honestly say that probably the positive mindset one is most of the philosophy. It's most of what they're going for is to make men better, right? That's like what they're doing most of the time. The part that we saw is where I start disagreeing with them is when they talk about how women are and how to get women. And I'm like, you're just talking about like bimbos, dude. You're talking about like girls that like only care about money, only care about status, right? Like every woman to an extent cares about these things.
Let's play devil's advocate for a second, right? For lack of a better term. I said Miami, right? For obvious reasons, because it's the type of place that would have higher volumes of this. It turns out they're in Miami, they're in Dubai. These are the perfect types of cities for this. Let's play devil's advocate. Is it fair that in cities like that the large majority of the people who are going to all of these events, you go on their Instagram and they're always selfieing with their girls and they're always at all the parties. I mean, let's just be clear. And this goes both ways. This ain't just ladies. This is dudes too, right? What are they doing with their evenings? Right? Like, I think, is that an unfair representation if he's talking about that niche of a world? If he's only talking about the girls or the dudes that are out at Miami on South Beach in Miami every single night of the week, could he be a little bit more accurate in that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right? I mean, yeah, like I don't know, like obviously that definitely paints his picture, right? And obviously, if he went to other cities, I think it would be different, right? To an extent, because Miami is just like that's just like where I feel like everyone just goes for like yacht parties, and like that's what every girl is all about, is just like just making it like all about the money and stuff like that, right? But like in other cities, like I don't know, Santa Fe, New Mexico, or even Denver, right? Like girls just aren't like that. They're like not even partying that much. There is some partying, but
so if we're being fair, he may not have been accurately representing the entire, feminine side of humanity.
Right.
But he may have been accurately describing the ladies in the circles he walks in.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, like we can definitely give that to him, right? I think Gianmarco is giving us some more stuff to show, right?
Let's see. Hold on. So out of the way, the discussion. Yeah, Jess was said I would be bored as hell sitting around all the time. I like this. Not necessarily.
But if I meet a girl, let's say.
Wait, sorry, what?
No, I was just reading Jess's comment. She said, I'm not necessarily going after homeless people, but beyond comfortable living income and decent person, I don't care what they make. I'll have to make up for it, though, because she wants to play. Jess, where you playing at, though, bro?
Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, like I think like he's just always around like these models, you know, who like just don't want to do anything, right? But here, let's watch this one real quick.
To come up to you on the street in order to talk to you. I would be talking to you with a pure intention. And my intention is pure. My intention is to try and take you on a date. I would say, you're absolutely beautiful. Really nice to meet you. I'd like to take you on a date. If you said, oh, I've got a man, I would say, okay, cool. You got a man. Nice to meet you. Goodbye. My intention is pure. It's not deceiving. 99% of these dudes who are your friends are deceiving with their intentions. Facts. And it's beta male bullshit. I'd rather accept a no off a chick and move on than sit there and go, if I pretend I'm her friend long enough and I jerk off over her Insta for long enough, I might pull it off when she's drunk. Because that's what they're fucking doing. It's coward beta male bullshit. The difference between alpha male.
I agree with that one.
I don't hear any lies, bro.
Yeah, like that's true.
100%. And there's a lot of these ladies out here that are out here being friends with these dudes, and that's exactly their intention.
The funny part is, like, I'm curious. This would be like an interesting thing to ask the girls on here. Do you guys know that like most of the guy friends, the single guy friends you guys have, like want to have sex with you? Like, I'm curious how many if like girls know that, or if they're like, nah, they just want to be friends with me because I'm.
Oh, ladies. Now, I don't know that this is necessarily 100% true. I think there are definite exceptions. But I would say that the math probably leans in the favor of this being true.
It's probably like 80 or 90%. Like, I have certain girlfriends that like I'm friends with, and I'm not like, also it like depends how good of friends, right? Like there are people where I say like they're my friend, but they're not like really my friend. Like I don't really like hang out with them one-on-one or anything like that. But I just don't. Yeah, I used to do that when I was younger and I was less confident in myself, and it was just like I always felt like it was like a terrible idea. Where like nowadays, like if I have a really close girlfriend, I'd probably need them to be not attractive. Like or why not just date them at that point? Like why are we not dating if they're super attractive and they're super cool and I like hanging out with them? Like what is preventing me from dating them at that point?
That's a fair question. Like I'll tell you an example. I can't think because I mean right now, like you get to the point where all you do is work. You don't really have time for that stuff. I don't really have a social life outside of the house, right? But I remember, for example, when I was in high school, when I was out of high school at this point. It was right before I joined the military. I had a friend, I remember, pretty girl, just zero attraction to her in that way, and nor her me. Like we were homies. That was the homie. You know what I mean? That was it. She was a homie. Zero ever thought or intention ever crossed my mind. It was just like, nah, and I think it was just one of those things like, just don't look at you like that. But we super cool. And she used to talk to me about the dude she was dating, and I used to talk to her about girls I was trying to talk to. And it was like, we were just cool like that. So I think that's possible. I think it's definitely possible. Again, I think it's rare. I think that it's possible that a lot of the ladies.
But like, be real with me. How attractive did you think that girl was? Was she like 6?
I'm not going to ascribe a number because I feel
sorry,
like.
But like, just like medium, high, low.
I mean, I feel like many people would think she was pretty. I don't know that she was.
Like,
I don't know how to answer this question.
Like,
I don't know how to answer this question in a fashion that doesn't.
Is she on this Zoom? Why are we?
Nah, but it's 2020. It's almost 2025, bro. You just asking yourself to be put into a cancelable.
He was on a podcast in 2024 where he was rating women. He was rating women like they were just a number scale.
Okay, well then I'll tell my example because I have a friend like that who like I found her medium attractive, right? Like I didn't think she was like. I thought she was pretty. Like I didn't think she was like ugly by any means. And we were friends and that worked out. I think where it's like I think the girl's insanely attractive. If I think the girl's like really attractive physically, like I just don't think I could be friends with them. I just don't think it's going to work out, right? Unless we're not actually friends. Because then like there are people I am acquaintances with that are super attractive and they're just like a business person, right? Or they're like, there's like another reason I do stuff with them, right? I'm talking about like someone who's like a real friend, someone who's gonna like just call
like personal friend.
Yeah, Like I just don't. Yeah. Anyways,
I got a question. Honest question, ladies. Do y'all do that? Do y'all rate dudes? Is this like a thing that ladies do? Like, are you guys? Oh, he's a 5. Oh, he's cute. Like, how do y'all do that, ladies? Tell the truth. This is a safe space right now. I need to know from a lady's perspective when you're sitting around with your girlfriends and you are hanging out, right? Like, what do y'all do? How do you guys refer to dudes? Right? Do you guys do you guys rate them? Like, talk to me. Like, have you ever
they don't rate them on looks? They probably like. I feel like girls girls don't care. This is my opinion, and we can. You still answer Kiana's question, but I feel like it's much more about their personality than it is for guys. Jess says 100%.
100%. Wait. Okay. So Jess does that. All right. Bet. So is it, ladies? Do you consider it chauvinistic or anti? Is it chauvinistic for? Can a woman be a chauvinist?
I don't know.
Hold on. No clue. Can a woman
think of as a male
thing be a show? I don't know how to spell chauvinist. CHEU? How the hell do you spell chauvinist?
I think it's like CHAU. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, a woman can be a chauvinist because chauvinism is the belief that one's group is superior, and anyone can hold this belief regardless of gender. A female chauvinist is a woman who believes that women are superior to men and treats them with disrespect or condescension. Okay, I get that. Okay, cool. So I don't know. Is it chauvinistic in any capacity to rate someone like that, or is it just a simple scale by which you determine your opinion of someone's appearance? I don't know. Is that wrong?
It's just an easy way to do that. I feel like it's just a way to just like I think. I mean, in some ways, you are objectifying someone, which isn't great, right? But at the same time, it's just like a quick way to be like, what do you? How do you think of this person, right? You know, like I feel like guys do it just to see like, dude, what do you like, especially if they disagree, right? Because I'll disagree with my guy friends on how attractive a girl is. Some will be like, dude, that's
well, that's the difference of opinion, right? Like I think everybody got differences of opinions with that stuff too. So you don't think a dude and a chick can be friends like that if they find each other
not
attractive?
If they're really attractive. If one of them's ugly, it can work out.
Was right? it the designated ugly fat friend?
Yeah, like then it's like, oh, like of course, like that can work out, right? You know.
Wait,
like,
I need to know. I rate people with my BF. We judge people of every gender. Not saying it's right though. Now I respect this. This is good energy. I'm here for this energy. I'm here for this energy all day long. We watched a movie the other day with what's his name? What's your boy's name? Channing Tatum.
Is that my boy? Why'd
you that's your boy. Whatever. So it was the moon. It's the one where they talked about the fake moon landing. It's actually kind of funny. It makes you wonder if that's how it really went down. As with him and Scarlett Johansson. Do you know what I'm talking about? Fly Me to the Moon.
Nope.
It's a pretty cool movie, right? But like real talk, respectfully, man to man, Channing Tatum an attractive dude. You know what I mean? Like he's a dashing gentleman. So I don't think it's wrong. I mean, I think if it's a little weird if you can't say it and feel awkward, right? Like it's not like I'm like I got a poster of a freaking guy in my bedroom or anything. But I don't know. She said both ends.
Yeah, 100%.
I respect it. Would you give
celebrity crush?
Wait. So if you had a top celebrity crush, it's Charlotte, Jesus.
Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, I got you. I can't talk 100%. Tonight. Really? Like number one? Really?
Probably number one. I don't think there's like very few that could even come close for me.
Really? That's interesting. Okay. When Jason Momoa was Aquaman and got the submarine.
That's hilarious. I said permission granted and my BF got mad. That's really funny.
That's hilarious.
If my girl said that would be so annoying, but be really funny at the same time.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think that here's the problem with cancel culture and all this stuff. I think it makes us start walking on eggshells where eggshells ain't necessary. And I get it because some people may feel that, take that personal, get sensitive, feel a certain kind of way. You're walking on, especially when you're dealing with somebody's physical appearance, you know, it gets into touchy territory. But I don't know. What else we got? We got any more Tates?
Yeah, we got a few. We got one more Tate. This is more a business one. Mila Kunis is up there for sure too. We got one more tape.
I needed to know Jess's lady top 5.
All right, here we go.
You lack self-awareness. You made your first million while exploiting women on webcams, and you post on the Instagram about how you're going to bring purity back to women. You profited off the impurity of women around sex.
The word exploiting is an incorrect use of language because I've never exploited anyone in my life.
When you made your first million with the women in the webcams, how many of them are millionaires now?
The ones who made millions are also millionaires. It was 50%. While girl worked for me, it was 50-50. If you work for nearly any other business in the world, you do not get 50% of the takings. If you go work at McDonald's and you ring up a register for an hour, you do not get 50% of that register. Most companies pay you less than 1%.
You lack.
Okay. That's like very personal to him. It's not really like full red pill, but
Wait, did you watch this one? The one before that?
Did I?
No, go to the one before that.
Oh, whoops. Did I miss one?
Yeah.
Oh, I did. My bad. Hold on.
People make jokes about the fact that I misspell chauvinism. Don't act like you knew how to spell it.
Your character, then you need to get out here and do it. You need to be around brave men. You need to get some balls. You need to get your network together. Listen to the truth. Humble yourself. Stop sitting there with an ego. Realize you ain't shit. That's the game. But I made myself this way. I wasn't born this way. I absolutely and utterly made myself this way. And any single one of you men out here can do the same thing. If you want to level up your...
Yeah, like I agree with that. Like you do have to make yourself as a man, right? And there are a lot of things that I agree with Andrew Tate on, right?
Interesting. Okay, so here's my question then, right? So you were saying that red pill is something you don't really ascribe. Bro, my vocabulary is shot. Ascribe. It's not subscribe.
Sorry.
Ascribe.
Yes.
Could you say subscribe? I don't know. Yeah. My vocabulary shits there. It's been a long. I think it both works, but I think the appropriate phrase.
Ascribe is a little bit more correct.
Yeah. Okay. Kate Beckinsale looks like a robot right now. Have you seen her recently? Like, I don't know. There was a couple clips, and I don't know if they're fake, but they made her look like she completely turned herself into AI. It's actually concerning. But I hope she's well. In any case, here's my question, bro. You said you're not a fan of it, but I have heard one video that I disagree with. The other one, I just disagreed in the way he presented it. Like, I don't think that a big dude should like a good strong guy should be cheating on his girl. That's fucking ignorant. That's stupid. But other than that, I'm having a hard time seeing the downside.
So I just feel like here's my thing with the red pill, because I agree with everything that he said so far. I think these are really good things. I think as a philosophy of like, this is like, get like the money is what's going to make you happy. And this is just what it seems like to me as like what his markers for success is. Bad bitches, Bugattis, castles, private planes, like that, like all of this stuff, get the attainment of these things is what's going to make you happy in the end. And that's like where what?
I mean, obviously I agree that that's not true. I haven't heard him say that though.
We could look for more clips, right? He said things just like being like, if you don't have a Bugatti and 2 bitches, you're like you ain't like, you gotta get your game up, right? He said things like that. That's similar to that, but in essence, what he's using, here's what I will say, right? Because I don't know if he's 100%.
Jeff, you got a freaking castle. You're not cleaning it, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Well, like the point is that like, even if he hasn't said it outright, what he's showing to young men as like and like there's like and I sort of get it too, because how do you catch a young man's attention is women and cars, right? But the right thing to do, and it's what you and me both agree on, is you have to channel this like masculine energy towards doing good things in the world, right? Like achieving things, but achieving things so that you can make the world a better place. Like that's, well, like what he's floundering around as success is like hot women, Bugattis. That's like what's in his video.
Bugatti.
And there's a part of me that's like, okay, I get it, also like that gets views, which is what you were talking about earlier. It's like, is this just a shock value thing, right? So I don't know. It might not be a shock value thing. It's just when I watch anything of Andrew Tate, it seems like what he's motivating young men to do is.
But we didn't hear him say this. Like, that's just a small portion of it. I feel like that's a very, very small portion of his message from what I'm seeing.
Sort of. Like, I mean, like, yes and no. I mean, he's right from the clips we've seen so far. And like, again, I'm not saying necessarily like from the clips we've seen so far, he's just been talking about like men should get their money up, men should do like in order to be better. And like that I all agree with too.
In a relationship, do you think who should be paying the bills in your opinion?
It just depends on the couple, right? I want to make I think, and this is where I agree, like there are just certain truths. If as a man I'm able to pay all the bills and then I give that option to a woman, I can probably get more women because that's very attractive to most women, right?
But that's a second question. I think that's a different question. But I'm asking personally. Like I'm curious about I'm curious about your opinion. Who should pay the bills in a relationship? Just Jonah's personal opinion. In the chat, who should pay the bills?
Like
the man
honestly,
or the woman?
it just depends on the couple, right? Like
okay.
Like you're talking about not what I want for my life. You're talking about what I think everybody should do, right?
You can answer both. You can. I'd love to hear your personal.
Well,
goals.
for the you can't prescribe everything for everyone, right? Like it just in society, it's just not feasible that every man could make enough money to pay every single bill. That's just like not possible in today's society. That's just not going to happen, right? So for most people, I feel like it's probably how it should be is it's just 50-50, split it evenly, right? I want to aspire to be able to pay all of the bills. That's what I personally want to do with my life is to be able to pay for everything, right? Because I just want to be rich enough. I want to be so rich that like it does like like I don't want to have to think about bills at all for anyone in my universe, right? That's my goals, right? Like I want to do it for my mom, my sister, I want to do it for everyone, right? But I'm not like most people. Most people aren't trying to be entrepreneurs. Most people are just trying to like have an 80, 90, 100 grand job and they're being set.
Are you devaluing the value or capacity of a woman if your goal is to pay their bills for them? Do you get the message that the intent to do that means that you're implying they don't have the capacity to provide for themselves?
I don't think
this is a very common.
Like I also would be like, if you want to work, go work. Like you can. I'm not stopping you from it, but also if you don't want to, you don't have to. Right? That's how I view it.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? Like this is where, so first of all, here's my opinion on this. I think it's very personal, right? I think that every relationship needs to do what makes them each other feel comfortable. I think you can't do with somebody else's relationships. You got to live your own relationship, be true to yourself, and you guys got to find someone that's compatible with your same values. That's just my opinion on that. I don't think there's a copy and paste. Josh said it's all about the Yorkie.
Right.
I'm just say that quietly, bro. I'm not gonna read that too loud. But yeah, so I think it's very personal, right? I think like what Jess is saying here is interesting, but I think that while there's truth to that, I think there's a fear motivation in that. And I think anything that's motivated by fear has an inherent flaw. That's just my opinion. And this is where I think knowing who you're getting in a relationship with, being able to trust them. I think that as a man, okay, let me ask you this. As a man, do you think it's wrong or chauvinistic to have the inherent need to feel like you are providing for your household?
Is it wrong to have the inherent need that you are providing for your household? No, I don't think so.
So how do you feel about the fact that a lot of feminist movements would imply that that's the case? That's an inherently male-dominated chauvinistic approach.
Well, no, the woman can do whatever she wants, right? Like, my need to have or to want to provide as much as possible for my family has not much to do with the woman. It has to do with like what I want to be able to do as a man, as this in my life, right? Like, it's not really about the woman at all. It's about the fact that I just want to be able to do it in general because that's what I want for my life, right? if I wanted something different with my life, like if I wasn't going to be insanely rich, like if that wasn't the plan for my life, my plan was like, look, I want to be a nonprofit worker that makes 40 or 50 grand a year and just help out people constantly, then I wouldn't feel the same need. I would be like, look, I'm not going to be able to do that. So I'm going to have to find a girl who wants to split it 50-50 and is cool with that, right? So my need has nothing to do, it's not like a need or a want in the sense of like I need to be taking care of the household or I'm not a man or something like that. It's more just like I want to be able to because this is what I want out of my life. Right? I don't know if that makes sense or if that's answering.
No. It does make sense. Here's my concern with this. I think that and maybe this is a more feminist approach. Again, not overwhelmingly familiar with it. I could just speak on the things that I've heard. I think that my concern with going too far onto one particular side of the spectrum is that I think there is an argument out there that says that the patriarchy wants to hold women down, and it's an inherently chauvinistic thing that the man feels like he wants to provide for the household. Who do you think you are? Stop trying to hold women down. I think there are some people who actually believe that, right? It's funny. I was watching, there's a show that just came out called Landman. It's a Taylor Sheridan show. We don't get to watch a lot of TV. When we do, we try to find something cool. And so far, I think I've liked everything that dude's put out. I think. He's the creator of Yellowstone, by the way. You ever watch any of those shows?
No.
Bro, Yellowstone goes crazy.
I don't really watch TV, to be honest.
We don't get to either, but I'm telling you, those shows are crazy. In any case, so there's this show and it's with Billy Bob Thornton, right? And he's like an oil guy. He manages oil fields. So there was an attorney that came in town from like New York City or LA or something like that. She was young, like your age group, right? And so she meets him at like the local bar in Texas where everybody hangs out. So she walks up, he tells the bartender, hey, can you get the lady a drink? She got so offended by that. She literally comes at him and says, oh, so now you're insulting my gender? And he was like, no, like it's just kind of, you know what I mean? Like in his head, he was just being polite, but she saw that as an inherently insensitive attack on all women. Right? Like, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think that's going too far, or is there a justification in that perspective?
To be honest, like during your whole story, my internet kind of vegged out for a second. So I only heard like half that story. Whatever you just
You guys weren't on the challenge earlier. We said that Jonah has vegan internet.
At my mom's house. I'm in San Francisco
When you're in
right now.
when you're in San Francisco, your internet goes full vegan, and he's got tofu internet right now.
Yeah.
No. So here's what happened.
I heard part of it. Say it real quick. Sorry.
Yeah. So here's what happened. She shows up at the bar, and he was trying to be polite. He's like, "Hey," tells the bartender, "Can you get the lady a drink?" She lost her shit. Like she took that as an entire attack against all women and their ability to order drinks for themselves.
Well, that woman just say it. Like, I mean, there are crazy people. Like, right? Like that's just crazy. You know, like you're just like not acting in society anymore. Like you're like not thinking if you flip out on that. It's like, what is wrong with you? You're like not even understanding the social scenario that you're in right now. You know?
I mean, but here's the thing. Are there a lot of people that think like that? I think these things go into it. Here's my point. The problem with the society that we live in today, where we live based on the little swipes that we have on our phone and the video that we watched, it creates perspectives that aren't thought through. For example, you started this thing by saying you're not a red pill at all. You're definitely very, very, you disagree with most of it. But yet what we've seen today in this particular sample size, it sounds like you actually are, right? Like we've only found one thing that you and I agree is a little bit out there. The rest of it actually seems very, very logical. So here's my question, right? So that's one example. Then you go over here. The casual scroller who is not an independent thinker is scrolling through and they hear this constant repetition. Patriarchy. Oh, chauvinism. Well, what they do is just like you did with the red pill, they start to develop a belief system based on clips from messages they don't fully understand. And then what happens is when they find themselves in a situation where they don't know how to react because they don't have a core belief, because we aren't raised in society that instill core beliefs anymore. What we do is we Frankenstein versions of what we think society wants us to believe, and that becomes our identity. But that's really, really sad when your identity is formed based on bits and pieces of YouTube or TikTok clips that you didn't even really pay attention to. But there are a lot of people in our society that are doing exactly that. So what happens is when a person who hasn't taken the time to develop their own independent thoughts towards topics is encountered by a situation that requires a decision on where you stand, it's not uncommon that they find themselves standing on the side of a fight they don't even understand. And they're just spouting out opinions that don't even make sense because they heard somebody on a TikTok video say it. And then, right? So I think this is a bigger problem in society than we want to take on. And I think in its own way, you actually were victim to that when it talked to the red pill, at least from what we've seen. I could be wrong, but from the sample size from today, you were against a movement that it sounds like, at least from today's sample size, you may not actually be against. My question is, how often does that happen? We're just making decisions that we actually don't really understand the full breadth of what we decided.
I'm not against a lot of the, I mean, I started also by saying I'm not against a lot of the things that they say, right? Like, we saw the parts that I agree with for the most part, right? But if we go back to like the one that I was like, because Andrew Tate's one of them. If we go back to the one, like, you remember the one that I showed at the beginning that was like a video where the guy's just saying like, if you marry someone over 23, you're getting leftovers. Like, I've heard a lot of that type of shit too, right? Where it's like, Jesus Christ, bro, like, calm the fuck down, you know? Like, so I mean, red pill is like, it's like a big movement, right? Like, red pill is like in the similar in the sense of like Christianity, where like there's a lot of different beliefs in Christianity, right? There's like different splinter groups of red pill, right? Andrew Tate is one. Like, there's like a decent amount. There are certain things that connect them, right? And some of those things I agree with, and then some of them I don't. That's how I should have said it, and I didn't really do a great job of describing it. In the end, it is like a men's improvement thing. What the main thing that I usually disagree with red pill, apart from just like how you should treat women, apart from that, is also like what the goal of life is, right? Because I feel like at least the marketing a lot of times is like the goal is to have bad bitches and to have a Bugatti and like reign in a castle.
Bugatti.
And I just, yeah, like, because like you're literally saying that because that's from Andrew Tate saying like, if you don't have a Bugatti, right, like that's whatever, right? At least from what I've seen, a lot of times that's what they're promoting as like, that is the lifestyle that will make you happy. And I just don't think that's true, right? Like, I think like in the end, what's going to make you happy is having one committed woman that you're also committed to, right? Like, in the end, like that's what's going to make you happy.
Some people who won't want that. That's definitely more my vibe. I've never been like when I was, I don't know if I want to put my business out there. When I was out in these streets, I was just very transparent.
When he was on the only streets.
When I was, I was very clear. Look, I ain't looking for a relationship. I ain't in a relationship. Mind your business, because I'm on my mind, right? It was very much that vibe, and I was very transparent. I have never been the type of person. I've never been the guy that lies to a woman, ever. I've never been against it. Right. I was people dating when I was. Now there's illegal issues. When I was younger, I was dating much older people, and I never lied about my age. Right, I just didn't, because I took a personal pride in my ability to accomplish my goals without the need for embellishment. Right, so that was just always me. And then, but when I got into a relationship, I've just never been a cheater. That's never been. It's just not who I am. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't stand for it. I'm not a fan of it. I'm also not a fan of jealousy. I just don't do jealousy. Makes no sense to me. You want to like, I have zero patience for jealousy. Right, zero. None whatsoever. Dude, you weak as hell if you get jealous. And if you got that big of a reason to be jealous in a relationship, you need to do something about that relationship. Now, there's certain things that are a lot more difficult that I'm not qualified to speak on, but that's just always me. I think that you should be very intentional about how you live your life in that particular regard. But that leads me to more questions. Before I have the questions, let's give you a fair shake. Jamarco's losing his mind because he sent a bunch of other clips. And I want to hear Andrew Tate say Bugatti more.
Okay, Hold on.
I need to hear the word perspicacity. Perspicacity. Because I know he says that a lot.
I think this is the next one.
And I think that you just have something that a lot of people, unfortunately, are lacking today, and that's a strong morality. You see injustice. And when you see injustice, you're compelled to speak against it. And men have always been this way. You talk about men being reduced from our masculine imperative. The masculine imperative has always been against injustice. I think that men, because of our physical capabilities, have always had this innate ability to, or this innate desire to try and fix the injustices of the world. If you look at any war or any combat or any conflict, everyone thought they were the good guy, right? Yeah. We have this innate ability to want to fix injustice. But as they reduce the masculine tendencies of the population, that disappears along with everything else. I don't think women have the same thing. I don't want to be sexist. I don't think women have this innate desire to fix injustices. I think women have an innate desire to fit in with the tribe. And I think that's more of a evolutionary survival instinct, right? Because women for a long time, they'd be sitting with their tribe and another tribe would come along and kill all the men. And now they belong to another tribe. And they'd be like, okay, well, if I want to survive, I need to take on these new customs quickly. And you can look at that, bro. You can look at World War II. The French women were with the Nazi soldiers. Like they didn't take them long before they started just going, okay, well, this is a winning team. So that's how women are. So women are far more likely to just bend to the will of the tribe because they want to survive because they don't have any physical prowess. But men are not like that. And I think that the fact that it's so unjust is what compels you. So I agree with you 100%. It's not difficult. I understand what you say. You nailed it. It's not difficult for me to sit here and say these things. I don't see this as brave. I just see this as massively unjust and I should stand up and speak against it. I feel like this is what I'm supposed to do. But as a lot of men lose their masculine imperative, they lose every single virtue of masculinity. And one of them is the defense of justice.
Very interesting. Is he slightly British? What is this sometimes accent? That's the best question.
He's British.
Ever. He's on his compliment. All right. So what do we think? What do we think about that?
I agree the masculine imperative is there. I don't like how I feel weird about what he says about the women like just fitting in with the tribe or whatever, where they don't have like a sense of fighting against injustices. I don't think that's true. Like my head is like, I'm pretty sure most women would want to fight the injustice. I think the issue is that because they don't have the physical strength that men do, like Nazi Germany and what the fuck are the French women? They were French men who were around also, right? It wasn't like all the French men died in World War II. There were French men who were civilians still around. It's not like they were just hanging out, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, it's just like everybody wants to fight against injustice. It's just like that feels weird. Like, that's like, I don't think that's true. I think women also are against injustices. Like, do they fight physically as much as men? Probably not, but
I think that's what his perspective is the physical, the willingness to physically approach. I don't know. Like, I understand where he's coming from. I think, again, it's another generality based on a worldview. I think that I could understand the argument that men would be more likely to attack injustice that exists in a community. I could see where you could see that, but I agree with you. I think that that's more of a personality type thing than a gender thing. And then how you approach the injustice is a different thing. I think that there is an argument that could be made biologically, maybe, that the existence of greater testosterone increases your aggression, which increases your likelihood to respond to something versus being passive, right?
Men are more confrontational.
Yeah, sure. So like there's a biological argument that it could be made to that, but I still think it's a generalization.
Right.
Okay, so that's not bad. Go to the next one. There's a Bugatti one.
There's a Bugatti one coming up.
You guys got to let us know about it. Huh?
What does the chat think?
Guys, what do you
about that?
What do you think?
Let's see. Gianmarco is just telling me there were no Frenchmen. Gianmarco, there were some Frenchmen. They surrendered. They didn't get annihilated, right? There were some Frenchmen. Like, I don't know what you even mean.
Well, I mean, when was the last time you saw a French boxer? You know what I mean? Somebody
saying, like, are you just saying they're just all
somebody from France is gonna legit come for me? Like, Jean-Claude Van Damme is pissed right now.
That's so funny. I don't know. They don't exist today. That's so funny. Wait, there were a few in here. What was it?
The Bugatti. The Bugatti one is right under that one.
likes to fight injustice. So there we go. We got one woman saying she fights injustice. So
I feel like Jess would throw hands. Jess ain't soft. I feel like Jess will throw hands.
100%.
Jess, let us know if you would throw hands if the situation called for it.
All right, let's just watch some Bugatti stuff.
Bugatti.
All right.
Ladies in the chat, would you throw hands if the situation called for it?
And thank you, Gianmarco. You're helping me out right now with all these clips.
You like the color? Yeah, I had mixed reviews on the color. Some people said they like it, some people said they don't like it, and I said, well, what color is your Bugatti?
That's it? All right, that's funny. Like, I don't know what. I mean, yeah, I got you.
Nah, play the rest.
You just want to watch like.
Oh, like this? All right.
Yeah, that's it.
Nah, that's a solid clapback. Like, what color is your Bugatti?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I agree. That was funny.
Wait, Jess, you would die.
Everything. Is this Sophie?
Shit. Sorry. Go on.
Nah, play it.
Are we watching it? All right.
Oh, it's Sophie, the fake name, no face. Has she accused me of a crime, this imaginary Sophie?
She's making the point that there is
Has she accused me of a crime?
Emotional or psychological manipulation.
I've asked you a question and I've allowed you into my house.
I'm asking you a question.
Correct, but you're not the boss here because I've allowed you into my house.
I'm asking you the question.
Correctly, and I'm telling you.
You get to decide the answers.
No, we're equal here. I've allowed you into my house. You don't come here with a position of authority. I'm doing you the favor as Legacy Media, giving you relevance by speaking to you. And I'm telling you now, this Sophie, which the BBC has invented, which she's no face of, nobody knows who she is.
The BBC did not invent.
Of course not. And because you never invent anything. And she's not filed criminal charges against me. What are we talking about here? Is this Sophie?
Did you understand that?
I did understand that. Did you?
Yeah, I did. Because they're talking about like some girl, because he was accused of human trafficking and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So they're talking about some girl that he's claiming they just made up, right? Which I have no idea.
Okay, let's talk about that. He was seemingly confrontational and aggressive with a lady. Was he wrong? Yeah. Was he in the right? What do you think?
I mean, he was in the right there because I mean, obviously it depends whether this person exists or not. But like if like someone is making up lies about me, you have absolutely right to confront someone and be like, yo, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, stop. This person doesn't even exist. Right? So yeah, I mean, it just depends on.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I agree 100% with the way he handled that situation. 100%.
Yeah.
She's coming in his house trying to piss all over the carpet, acting like she runs things there, and he's 100% right. Whoa, this is my house. You're a guest here. You are not in a position of authority. You're gonna speak to me with respect. Now, here's the thing: basic humanity should require, in my opinion, that he doesn't have to explain that. But the fact that he had to, I think, put him in the position to be okay with that explanation. A lot of people would disagree with that. I don't. I think he was 100% in his position to speak like that. Anybody disagree? Anybody's like, nah, he was rude. He was aggressive. He should have said less bass in his voice. Jess, you're fighting Jonah. Would you throw hands with Jonah? He climbs rocks, but I want to know. I actually want to see this fight. I would watch this fight before I would rewatch the Tyson.
I'm not fighting Jess, dude. That's how I get canceled. Is hitting women. Okay, that you're gonna like.
You don't think a woman can fight a man? Are you a chauvinist, bro?
I'm sorry. Like most women could not be.
That's just asking qualifying questions. I don't know. Tell me something he would need to do that would qualify him.
That would piss Jess off enough.
That's what I need to know. Let's just ask questions. I don't want to assume, right? Did he get a little handsy? Did he disrespect your mama? Maybe he disrespected your mama.
Your boyfriend? I don't know.
Oh, but then you would think her boyfriend would just handle his business, right? I don't know. I don't know if he's a fighter. Maybe he's
really funny.
Boom! There you go. There we go. First, in fairness, if you kicked her dog, I might get her back. I might trip you while y'all fighting because you kicked her dog.
Most people would hit me in the face.
Okay. No, that's a chauvinistic thing to say, Shauna. All people have equal strength. It's just biology. That's how that works.
Okay.
Right. Wait, Jess, this is not the energy, bro. Yeah, nah, I'm gonna need you to start speaking up for yourself and return that damn meal. Yvonne's the same way.
We need you to have the energy, even with the meal, with like they just kicked your dog. Think everyone kicked your dog.
Imagine you come back and you ordered French fries, they bring mashed potatoes, and you just think your dog getting kicked. I mean, it's a solution because it's disrespectful to give somebody mashed potatoes who didn't order the mashed potatoes.
You just have to treat it like they kicked your dog.
Yeah, I could respect that. Yeah, dude, honestly, like I'm not seeing anything that this dude is saying. Now, he has said stupid shit, no question. I'm sure there are things that I would disagree with. He has mentioned a couple things that I wasn't 100% on board with. But so far, I'm not against any of these. Like, and what I'm looking for here is this guy was freaking globally canceled. Globally canceled. Like, I don't know if you heard this. I didn't watch the whole thing because it was like a 4-hour podcast, 2-hour podcast. But I was watching a little bit of the PBD podcast that he had, and I don't know if you know this, he was canceled in seconds, which shows a lot about the power of the world that we live in, and it gives credence to this idea of a matrix like he talks about a lot. Because did you hear that story?
That he got canceled? Yeah.
But not how he got canceled. Like he woke up one morning, he got canceled, and within instantaneously,
like all of his shit got shut down.
No. Like his Uber got shut down. Not just his social media, but his Uber account. Like random, completely unrelated stuff. Anything technologically related got closed. Which just says a lot. Like, what the hell is Uber have to do with any of this stuff? That all of a sudden you can't get a ride now? All of it got canceled. Like, what does that say? Like, honestly, what's the implication of the power of the system that we're in, that they know who the hell is sitting in the chair? Because they didn't talk. They didn't have a group meeting. All right, guys, it's 10:55. They didn't do that. So who was sitting in the chair? Who was sitting? Nah, ain't nobody got time for that. Who was sitting in the chair that had the ability that one button could control one person's access of the accounts of 20 different unrelated mobile applications? That's scary, bro. Like, that's actually concerning.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I get it. Like, I'm like that. I don't think anyone should be canceled for anything. I don't think canceling is like the right way, even if I completely disagree with someone, even if they like actually are racist, right? But yeah. So like I agree with you on that. Like, he shouldn't have been canceled, and also it is kind of crazy how that happens to people. How you could get canceled off of everything, right? It's weird. I don't know if it's like a single person with a button. I do think companies talk to each other, right? I have seen evidence of that where like you get banned off one thing and then you start getting banned off everything, because I think they do talk to each other, because all these tech companies are like, the thing is, tech companies live together, right? Uber, Facebook, Instagram, like literally a lot of these people are all headquartered in the exact same place and have the exact same beliefs, which is a problem. I agree with it. Even if they are my beliefs, I think that's a problem, that everybody who runs the social media have the same beliefs, right? They need a Quijano in there to start talking about illegal immigrants running over the Mexican border.
They needed us to be there. We were the missing link.
We were. So, I don't know.
Before that. It was before that, Shauna. It was before he bought X. It was like 2-3 years ago now.
Yeah. So yeah, like I agree with a lot of the things that he says, and like I agree with like a lot of his messaging. I just think a lot of times there's just it's like hard for me, because I understand why the way he does it is very clickable, right? Like, it's very clickable and gets stuff going, so it gets you very viral also. But there are certain things that he says where it's mostly like the women thing that I disagree with him on the most part. And I also disagree, like, a lot of times it seems like, and I could be wrong, it seems like the lifestyle he's promoting is that like the achievement of like material goals is the only goal, right? And I could be wrong about that. I mean, we got the real reason I bought a Bugatti.
All right, hold on. Play this one. I put it in the group chat here. Hey, is that it? Yeah, that one. Play that one. That one's a really interesting take.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Each other. Even now, right now, we compete with each other. I don't buy Ferraris to drive fast. I do sometimes, but if I'm in London traffic, not to go quick. It's to show everyone else I'm richer than them. That's what it is. A never-ending competition. I don't wear a big diamond Patek with fucking $500,000 to tell the time. I tell the time on my phone. I do it because I owed it. And this is actually what's interesting about the world, because the world's changed. Men used to go to war and fight each other in physical combat. And now we don't, because we're more civilized in some regards. That's violence is still the bottom line of society, but we try and avoid it. Men are constantly doing combat by showing each other how we can move world with money. We're constantly in combat because of our status. 99% of what men do is status. We want to be in good shape for status. We want the fast car status. We want the nice house for status. We want the diamond watch, the hot girl. This is all for our status. Look at me. I'm the big dog. And men have always been.
All right. What do you think about that?
Maybe. I think that's part of it. I just don't think it's the end all be all. Like, not everything I do is for status or status.
No. I don't think that's his message. Status. I don't think that's his message, though. I think the message is, and I could be wrong, I'm just extracting what I think he's trying to say here, because there's a theme. Men inherently, I think this is his message, had evolutionarily this need to dominate. And we used to use protecting your household, right? Going and gaining new land, taking over other territories. Whatever version of this, whether you're invading a foreign country or protecting your own, acre of land, whichever one, that used to be done. And we're talking about 100 years ago. Dude, there are people who are still alive right now who may have been alive when a duel was a way to defend your honor. Like, think about this, Jonah. Think about this. We got real freaking soft in 2024. Now, I'm not saying this is right or wrong. What I'm saying is we've gotten so far removed from the way humanity existed for thousands of years. We do live in a little bit of a bubble from, at least contextually, right? Think about this, bro. There may be people alive where today, that there was a time they were alive where if someone disrespected your honor, they said, Jonah,
we're going to kill each other now.
You, sir, are you participate in tomfoolery.
Oh my!
And you're a charlatan. I'm a charlatan. You and me going outside and we're going to shoot each other and see who dies first. Like, this is how, if someone insulted your honor, you would fight to the death.
Right.
To the death. Right? Now, let's leave that up there because we'll get to this, right? So there was a time in society, Jonah, where this was accepted. It was common.
Right.
And I'm talking about for millennia. So let's paint the picture. For millennia, for thousands of years, humanity existed where, as a man, it was accepted and to a certain degree expected that if you were going to operate as a man with integrity and honor, you needed to be willing to die for your integrity or honor.
Sure.
To the extreme that if someone called you a charlatan, like, have you ever heard the story of Andrew Jackson and how he got his name?
You mean Andrew Jackson, or no, I don't know.
No. I believe it was Andrew Jackson. Yeah, there was a whole thing. Was it? I don't know. I think it was Hamilton. I think it was
Hamilton died in a duel.
No, this is Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson, I could be wrong, but my recollection is Andrew Jackson got into a duel with somebody over the newspaper. They were like throwing ads out, right? There was a legit, it's like a social media war back in the day, right? They were like putting articles out in the newspaper. It was actually just a big misunderstanding that resulted in a duel, and Andrew Jackson cheated, killed the dude, and then became president after that. Like, he murdered the guy because he cheated. He cheated multiple ways. In any case, this was a very common part of our history. So I think what his message is, okay, for the longest time, men were expected to live and operate like this. Well, then the question one is, was that something we were forced to do that is against our nature, or something that was an inherent part of our nature that has now been removed from societal acceptance? And as a result of removing that from societal acceptance, it's now an aspect of our nature that's being stifled and having adverse effects. I think that's an interesting conversation. I'd be interested in hearing your perspective on that. But I think that what happens is, I think Andrew is saying that in the vacuum that was created by taking that, we now have a bunch of soft dudes. And these soft dudes, whether we want to accept it or not, are having a ripple effect on society. And since we can't go out and shoot somebody in the streets right now, what we can do is make up for it in a different way. How do you do that? You win. How do you win? You win at scale. How do you win at scale? Well, the reality is, if you're going to win at scale in business, that means enough money to buy a Bugatti and pick whatever color you want, right? So I don't think that it's that like these things are one and the same. I don't think they have to equal that. I think you can be really fulfilled without a Bugatti, but I also understand the messaging, whether I completely agree with it or not. And then it begs the question, right? Like, look at what happens in the ghetto. These people are still doing things and they're frowned upon it, and they're put in jail for things that they're placed in environments that they're forced to a certain degree to live in environments where that's a reality. But that was commonplace for a long time before that. So interesting. What are your thoughts on that, man?
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy you got that from the last clip, like all of that. But like, I agree. Like, that was a crazy summarization of that clip. But like, in terms of what you're saying, like, I think there's truth to it, that I think there is a natural thing for men to compete with each other, right? And I think it's better now that we compete non-violently, right? Like, I like the business way of doing it versus like being like, whatever, I'm going to shoot you and take you into an alleyway, right? That's worse, right? Objectively. But in terms of like, I take like the Jordan Peterson approach. Like, I don't know how much of Jordan Peterson stuff you've watched. He's like a version almost of this, but it's like in my head, it's almost like Andrew Tate. What he does is like, he has his natural instincts to conquer, dominate, do that stuff. I think these are natural instincts of men. And then he's like, we're going to like show off. We're going to make it where like, I'm the shit. We're going to ego boost, right? While like, I feel like the Jordan Peterson take on that is more like, yeah, you need to become a really good man. You need to like get your shit together. You need to make money. You need to make your bed. You need to like get your shit together so that you can be productive to society, right? That like you actually like can lead your community. You like, maybe you lead your business, and then you lead your community, and then maybe you're leading a city, and then maybe you're leading a whole state, right? Like how far can you go? And that's the journey in order to make everyone else's life better. And I guess that's like what I feel like with Andrew Tate. It's like, it always feels like selfish and ego driven versus like the main reason I'm motivated in business, for instance, is like more to help those around me than to like show off in a Lambo, right? And I don't think that showing up in a Lambo is the way that you're going to be happy. I get it. Like, everyone wants a Lambo because then like, you know, then you think you're able to get the girl because of that. But that's like, I don't know. And like maybe I'm misinterpreting what he's saying, but it feels ego driven. Like, it feels like I'm doing this to be the shit, right? Like, to be the best ever. And I'm like, there's a portion of that even in what I do. Like, I'm somewhat ego driven. I'm not going to say I'm a saint, right? But I guess the point is that as a man, you need to control that and use it towards benefiting others. That's what I think is like the sweet middle ground of like using your want of aggressiveness and dominance and wanting to be better than other people, and use it in a way that benefits everyone else around you. And I don't, and that's what I feel like about like with my issue with like what he's saying and what I agree with, you know?
Do you think, and guys in the chat, I'm interested in hearing your opinions on this. Do you think that the change in society that reduced the requirement for men to demonstrate masculinity by being protectors, using the examples that we just gave. Do you think that the absence of that created a vacuum? And I guess this is a twofold question. First of all, I guess let me rephrase this question. Number one, do you think that the millennia through which we acted like this as men, were required and expected to act like this, do you think that that is a natural representation of masculinity that's been lost? Or was that a flawed, maybe an archaic representation of masculinity that's now been improved?
Like, to answer your question, like going into that part of it, I think yes. I think we are missing something in masculinity, because we used to have it where like yeah, like you die for your country, you die for like your family, like that was like the role of a man, right? And that's not needed as much anymore in modern day society. Like, we are safe. We're in like probably the most prosperous time ever, which leads to soft men, which is what you were talking about. And that is a problem, right? So the answer is yes to your first part. And also, I think it's bad to bring back the violence, I guess. Like, we shouldn't be like, we need this violence in order to be masculine. There's got to be like some sort of balance, I guess, where it's like, we don't need this, but we also aren't just going to be soft soy boys that like literally don't have any backbone about it.
I got to admit, it's a little bit encouraging to hear you say the word soy boy. I like that.
Okay.
Very encouraging. Yeah, no, I hear you, right? Like, I mean, I think Jess makes a good point. I don't know, man. I don't know that it's necessary that you have to go outside and kill the dude that was sitting next to you at the table because he disrespected you. I think that's a little bit excessive, right? I don't think that that's the truest display of strength. I think one of the strongest displays of strength is self-control. It's discretion. It's not needing to prove your strength. But that's not trained. So I think that there is a balance. I think there is benefits to us being in this situation. But then here's the question. The question becomes, if historically one of the ways that men demonstrated masculinity was by the need to defend themselves, defend their country, defend their nation, go and fight to expand their territory, fight to defend their honor. If those, whether flawed or I think it was flawed to a certain degree, that's all lost on us now, because there's not really a place for that in society today. The reality is it was expected that you stand outside and shoot somebody in a duel if they disrespected you in the past. It was expected of you in some circles. Now it's frowned upon if you smack somebody in the face for disrespecting you, right? Like, if somebody walks up and disrespects your wife and you put your hands on that dude, now you can go to jail for that. Like, it's a potential criminal offense. And so we've gone so far to the other direction in that, which I think creates its own issues. And I'm not defending unnecessary physical violence by any means, but here's my question. If a vacuum has been created by that masculinity having no place to be demonstrated or lived out, maybe Andrew Tate's got a point. Well, the best way you can do that is to win, and win fucking big, like win at scale. And while I agree with you completely, I don't think the measure of a person is a Bugatti. I don't think the measure of a person is financial success, but it is a grading system, right? And so for the types of humans that need external validation, which I think is a question, is like, okay, why do you need external validation? But for the people who need that, because many do, maybe that's just their way of filling that need that they have inherently that society doesn't give us space to fill.
Maybe. Like, I agree with it. I think there is a vacuum. I think there's a reason why Andrew Tate's popular, because young men don't have anyone talking to them. Everyone's talking to like young women and talking to men. Like, it's like I feel like young men are talked to in our society like they're like from a girl's perspective a lot of times. Like, it's okay to cry, it's okay to feel your emotions, right? And it's like, sure, but also, like, that's not really our fucking problem. Like, I don't need to feel my fucking emotions. I need to understand how, like, what's gonna make me happy, right? Like, it doesn't help me to just sit here crying. You know, like that's not what me as a man needs. I don't think most men need that, like a shoulder to cry on. What they need is like, and this is like what I agree with Andrew Tate. Like what most men need is like a purpose, a reason to get out of bed and fight for something they believe in, right? And that's what you're getting back to with like we used to do with physical violence. We don't have as many things to fight for. Business is a great way to do that because there's a constant fucking battle in business, right? And a lot of people are living like these purposeless lives because they don't know how to create purpose in their life, right? And no one's telling them how to do that. Well, Andrew Tate is giving you a formula for that, right? That's why he became popular. Like, I'm very aware of that. Like, men naturally want to be conquering dragons, right? That's what we were meant to be doing, right? So that's his appeal for sure, right? But then my worry for that with Andrew Tate is, with the external validation thing, is like, the hard part is like, okay, but also, and maybe this is, I'm thinking this out loud. I'm not like set to this opinion right now that I'm thinking about it, right? I'm just kind of like, I'm thinking about it, which is like, can literally everyone become rich and have a Bugatti? Anyone can, but not everyone will, right? So there's a certain point where it's like, what happens to men who like don't make it? Do they just become depressed and die too? Like, I don't know. Like, this is like going into a whole nother thing that I'm now starting to think about, where it's like, what happens to the men who like just aren't able to perform, right? Like, are they just thrown completely under the rug? I don't know. Maybe that's a completely separate problem. But like, I don't think we have an answer for that in our society. I think if you can't make money as a man and can't provide something, right, then we're going to leave a lot of men behind, right? So I don't know.
Yeah. Here's my thoughts / questions on this, right? I asked a poll in my YouTube: are men or / masculinity, is that under attack? We had 80% yes. I would genuinely be interested who said no. I'd love to hear your perspective on this. There are a lot of people out here who don't necessarily agree with this, right? They do think that masculinity is too much, that it is toxic, that men are not under attack, that they're being appropriately reapproached to bring balance. I don't know. Let's play devil's advocate here. Like, I'm thinking of, and I don't want to say any names, I'm thinking of somebody in our space that we know, who we both know fairly decently, who is a big advocate for, feminism and maybe.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but okay. Or I think maybe.
I'll message it. Okay. Hold on.
Maybe I think I know what you're talking about, but like, yeah, like, I mean, where'd you message it? Oh, you messaged it on WhatsApp?
Yeah, I'm sending another thing so it doesn't pop up. Let me just erase it. I'm gonna erase that. But what do you think? Like, do you think that's fair? Because that's like, so I mean, that I would invite them to come and be a part of this conversation. I actually would really, really be interested in hearing their take on this as well. What do you think? Do you think masculinity is under attack?
The hard part is this, right? I think that's too simplistic to say that it's under attack.
Okay.
The issue is that we haven't defined masculinity well. I think even someone like the person you put in the chat would say there is a healthy type of masculine, right? And then they're going to describe things that you and I would agree are great and masculine, like protecting their family, trying to, I don't know, trying to make a good, honest living. I don't fucking know, right? Like, I'm not this person, right? But it's when we start talking about like this is very interesting, and my sister's right there when we're talking about this. My sister, and I think this comes from like women trying to understand men, where my sister was talking about, like, I don't get it. Why do men, when they're like in the gym, degrade each other in order to motivate each other? right? And I'm like, what do you mean? And I'm like, she's like, you guys talk. She's like, why? Like, you'll say something like, yo, you're being a little bitch. Lift, bro, lift, right? Like, you know what I mean? And then she's like, I would feel terrible if someone said that to me. I would feel awful. And then I was trying to like explain this to her, where I'm like, no. As a man, it's like, you're right. I am being a little bitch. Go, 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 go. Right? Like that's what is happening in a male mind, right?
Yeah.
Like, I agree with you, and I'm gonna change it right now by going in, right? Like that, and it's this disconnect with like the modern. It's like, honestly, I think women defining what it means to be a man, because they'll say things like, you know, like, it's really bad to like really tease your friends or like make racist jokes or whatever, right? But like, men are teasing each other in good fun. They don't really meaning that. That's how men relate to each other, is seeing like, how well can you take the joke? Are you gonna have a stick up your ass, right? And this is what motivates us, right? This type of stuff. Like, it's not degrading. It's like, what you're doing is like, unless you do this, you are a huge, like, I keep swearing on here, you are a huge bitch, right? Like, you are like, I want to prove you wrong. Let's freaking go, right? Like, that is a motivating thing for a man. I don't know how to explain it any other way to someone of the opposite sex, right? And it's funny because she's right behind me, but that is like, I think the perfect issue is women don't understand how men create positive masculinity. And the issue is that there isn't like a collective tribe anymore that creates masculinity. Like, I was really blessed that my dad took me to these men's group that I was growing up that talked about things like honor and like forgiving people. Like, it literally like taught me how to be, in a masculine way, do these really good things, right? And how it relates to being a man. That isn't like taught. Like, if you didn't have that, I would have just had to research it or see, I guess, how my dad acts. But like, if maybe a lot of people don't even have dads, right? And then like, where are you learning masculinity from, right? The issue is you can't learn masculinity from a woman. That's physically impossible. And I think a lot of the thinking of like what men should be is coming from women, and it has to come from good men. And I think that's the biggest issue in the end, is that there aren't enough good men defining masculinity and what it is. So then there's a vacuum of people like going to different places, right? And learning different things, right? Where like, you will take parts of Andrew Tate's message are great. Like, I do like the parts where he's like, get rich and try to become better and all that stuff. But then he's also talking about social bitches, where it's like, bro, what the hell are you talking about here? Like, chill, dude. Like, what this has nothing to do with like the positive masculinity. You're just like judging women right now, right? So the issue is that like, he's talking to things that are needed and then adds in stuff that I think is negative. And it's like, and that's what women don't like hearing, right? Because now like part of the positive masculinity is judging women on something that I think they should be able to do. I think a woman should be able to be social if she wants to, right? It doesn't mean she's like a hoe, you know? So in essence, the issue with society is I don't think there are enough positive men being positive role models. And I think that has a lot to do with how women are trying to make men into men. And that's an issue. It needs to be men making men into men. And we don't really have that in society anymore. That's my treatise. I don't know how you feel. How do you feel about that explanation?
I agree a lot with that. I'm messaging the person that I was talking about. Yeah. At the chance that they see this, they can just come on. No. I agree with that to a large degree, man. To a large degree. I think that, for example, I was raised by women. I was raised by a single mother, and a decent portion of what was around when I was growing up was my mom and her friends. So to your point, I didn't have a lot of masculine examples. My dad was not around. My mom was not out here dating a bunch of dudes. My mom, I was in maybe 2 or 3 relationships my entire childhood. One I was way too young to remember much about. Good dude. The second one was a miserably horrible example of a man on about every single front. And then the last guy was the guy that she's still married to, like 20 years later, right? And I didn't meet him until I was maybe 14. So he was probably the only real decent example of a man that I was ever able to encounter. But to your point, I had to walk my own journey because I didn't have access to that information. I had to figure that out on my own. But that was just my story, and it was a difficult story, right? I've said this before. I've always had a much easier time. Nathan, what's up, dog? I've always had a much easier time resonating with women because I was raised by women, right? And so I've always vibed with them better. I just always have because that comes natural to me. Full transparency, I've had a lot of difficulties interacting with dudes. Like I really do. I have had lots of struggles interacting with dudes because I think dudes just don't understand me, right? Like I don't know, because I come off a little bit strong, but I'm not like super overtly masculine. I don't know. You can give me your opinion. You're a different kind of dude too, though, right? You're not like the average guy, right? I feel I look at Jonah, and I see Jonah as a very unique individual. You walk your own path, right? I don't see Jonah as the type of guy that's trying to like fit into this.
Hear that? I don't feel like you like. I feel like you'd fit in with a group of guys. I'd be kind of shocked. I don't know, like. You don't seem like a beta boy, you know. Like, but
no, I do think about this though, right? Because I think there is an absence of what a good man looks like in society at scale. I think, unfortunately, what's put into our face is a lot more. Hold on, they responded.
Are they coming on? That'd be crazy.
That would be cool. Hold on. I'm just hold on, let me get a link.
I'll take this over while Keanu's paying attention to stuff, right? So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that's the biggest problem is I just feel like we used to have that more, especially when we like go back to like tribal times, but even like 60 or 50, I mean, we had this problem for a while, but like 50 or 60 years ago, there were just more families intact. So there was much more of a father in the household, which I think helped a lot, right? And just people took care of each other. There was like more community, right? Like there were more communities that like you could run down the street and then like one family would like discipline your, like you could like how my grandpa described it to me is like literally everyone knew everyone, right? Like you couldn't get away with shit. Like you couldn't, if you did something to Jerry's parents, you're coming home and your parents already know and they're about to like whoop your ass, right? Like that's just how it used to be, right?
Yeah.
And I think these things, because we've lost these things, it's very hard to be like, how do we instill masculinity in someone who doesn't have that support network, right? You seem like a pretty masculine guy to me. I'm not like really sure what you mean by like you don't relate to
it. It's the absence of masculinity. Like I don't think I've ever really I don't think I've always been a really strong personality type guy. But when you're raised around women, like there's just certain things that just don't like I never knew how to talk guy, right? Like I just didn't know how to do that. It was funny. Like, and this is like my mom's husband, he's a construction worker. Like he is a guy's guy, right? Like he grew up with his dad. He hunted all the time. Like he's a dude's dude, about as dude's dude as you can get. And he owned a construction company. And I remember first time I was out, this, let me just tell you how bad this is. Let me tell you how bad this is in a nutshell. I'm gonna look super stupid right now, but I was a child, leave me alone. So I was probably 13, 14, and I was working with him during the summer on a construction site as a framer. First day I went out there, my skin got super burned, right? Because it was hot, it's a desert, right? And I was like, yo, mom, I need some sunscreen, right? Like I need to do this. I was like, yo, can you toss some sunscreen on my back? So, because I can't reach it, right? I'm a stocky dude, right? And she's like, you're going to be late. Just ask one of the dudes to do it on the job site. My dumb ass didn't see anything wrong with that request.
Because I was like, you're an idiot, bro. Like, what are you talking about? That sounds like you don't have any social skills. Like that's really funny.
Jonah, I was a child. So my dumb ass actually went out there and made that request, and y'all can assume how that went down, right? Yeah. So and I took it, right? I was never soft like that. The way we grew up tough. Uh-oh.
Whoa, that's crazy. You got it.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, Vina?
Hi, friends.
No.
Okay, I didn't actually know who was gonna bring me into the StreamYard like this.
Well, welcome. You're live. You are live in front of our audience.
We're live right now.
Yeah.
We're actually live. It's actually.
Kiana, what did you say? That we were just like having a personal chat?
Yeah,
or, like, what did you tell Vina to like?
I said we were throwing crazy shit
her
against.
into this
Now,
podcast.
here's what I
right
said.
now.
Here's what I said. I said Jonah is. I said Jonah's actively saying women are stupid again, and Vina was not about
typical Jonah.
Typical. Dude, because of our podcast and our reels, Keanu, I'm the sexist of Multify now. Like that's basically it. That's like
as
what I'm
you should be.
as I should be, apparently.
No, we were talking about this, and I thought about you because you've been making some really interesting posts, right?
Oh, I have been.
You have been, right?
I'm not sorry either.
Well, and see, look, you're a boss in an arena where there's not a lot of lady bosses, at least that get the recognition that they should. And so what we were talking about, Jonah was talking to me about this whole red pill thing. Have you ever heard of the whole red pill thing?
Oh, wait, is this like the trad wife thing?
No.
Oh, okay, no, I don't.
It's like Andrew Tate stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, so there's the face, right? So it's and I didn't know that this was a thing. So I'm like naive, right? I feel like this is more Jonah's thing. I'm not in that era,
I'm just
right?
younger, so I know it more. I pay attention more to that stuff.
So we watched through a couple of videos. I've seen a couple of Andrew Tate videos, and I'm like, I don't know. I have heard. So we probably played like 10 videos. 2 of them I thought were like. Well, so here's the thing. 2 of them I thought were kind of dumb, right? One of them, he was like, "Oh, depression is not real." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't agree with that." And then the other one, he was like, "If you're a strong man, you should cheat on your girl or whatever." I'm like, "That's fucking ignorant. That's stupid."
Try it and find out. Find out how strong you are.
But the rest of them, in fairness, because I'm coming into this neutral, I don't have a frame of reference. The rest of them, I don't really see anything I disagree with what he's saying. So what was his topics? His topics were, now you may have heard stuff I didn't hear. Let me tell you the context.
I'm so scared. Okay, so what you have to say.
Here's the context. All he's saying is, if you're a man, right, step it the hell up, right? Like, be a man, take responsibility for your actions, be of value to society, take a look in the mirror, don't blame other people for things not going your way, right? Like, step it up and be the best version of yourself, right? That is the summary. Now, in some scenarios, these are
Wait. Pause real quick.
What?
We all agree with all of those things you said. There's nuance to this. So what's the nuance that you didn't share?
Perfect. The nuance, that's what I was getting to. So the nuance that I didn't share was he used the example of a high value man being someone with a Bugatti, which I don't necessarily agree with, right?
Sure.
It's
people it is.
That's exactly what I said. So this is my takeaway, right? The last video that we watched, I gave a full breakdown of. As a matter of fact, Jonah, play that last video.
Play it again.
Just play it. Play it.
Okay. Let's do it. Oh, great. This is
Jonah.
Even now, right now.
Like, I'm just so vicious. Like, Vina, how much did he tell you? Like, I'm like curious what if you.
I said nothing.
She's just like walking away.
I'm not just leaving. I'm like out.
Well, we're gonna watch it real quick because you're here now. You're on.
Now we compete with each other. I don't buy Ferraris to drive fast. I do sometimes, but if I'm in London traffic, not to go quick. It's to show everyone else I'm richer than them. That's what it is. A never-ending competition. I don't wear a big diamond Patek with fucking $500,000 to tell the time. I tell the time on my phone. I do it because I owed it. And this is actually what's interesting about the world, because the world's changed. Men used to go to war and fight each other in physical combat. And now we don't, because we're more civilized in some regards. That's violence is still the bottom line of society, but we try and avoid it. Men are constantly doing combat by showing each other how we can move forward with money. We're constantly in combat because of our status. 99% of what men do is status. We want to be in good shape for status. We want the fast car status. We want the nice house for status. We want the diamond watch, the hot girl. This is all for our status. Look at me. I'm the big dog. And men of all.
All right.
So, Vina, here's my summary. This was my summary takeaway. And I'm very interested from a strong woman's perspective. I was explaining this before you got on. I was raised by women, right? I did not have a male influence in my life for the majority of my life. The ones that I did were not good, right? So I kind of had to figure out this journey on my own. So I was explaining some stories about that and some kind of funny, not so great stories. But from your perspective, I'm interested. This is my summary from that. For society, for millennia, Vina, right? I feel like today we live in a bubble as compared to the thousands of years that we've existed before. We forget that it was 100 years ago. There are people still alive today where it was common that if a man's honor was disregarded in public, they would step outside and go to a duel to the death. You would fight to the death for your honor. For thousands of years. Now, I'm not saying that's acceptable. I'm just saying that for thousands of years, the pressure on the man in society, and some women as well, this is not just a neutral thing. I'm talking specifically in this context for men. Their responsibility, like the way you demonstrated manhood was to conquer, whether it's conquering your own particular acre, right? And that's your job was to defend your family. Someone came onto your land, you defended it. That's what you had to do. That was your job as the man in that household. Or you go and you join the military and you defend your country, or you go and you conquer this was so for millennia, for the 99% of the existence of humanity to our understanding, this was the commonplace for a man. But now there is none of society makes any space for any of that. And so what I wonder is, and this is my question, was the millennia under which we were forced to operate like that a standard that is a part of human biology that's now, in the absence of those things, created a vacuum where men are now maybe becoming a little bit softer, maybe a little bit more weak. Something's been maybe now what we're doing is we're overcompensating with some financial gains, things like that. Is that what's happening here? When I hear Andrew Tate say that, I wonder if that's the underlying message that he's getting at, whether he realizes that or not. I'm interested in your thoughts.
To answer your question, no, he does not realize that because he's not thinking that deep about this. And secondly, I mean, I see that and I'm like, wow, what a beta male. Like, that's what I think when I see that. Because, yeah, that is like the quintessential beta male to me, right? Is a dude who wants to flex, wants to denigrate women, talk down about women, and then tell me that he's some kind of a better man because he drives a Ferrari or Bugatti or whatever he said and wears a $500,000 watch. Who cares?
Interesting.
Like, I just don't think, I think many people think of money as like some kind of a goal, and I think of it as a tool. It's a tool to do the things I want with the people I want. Ironically, I just got back from the toy drive that we hosted here in Dallas. And I think we were trying to count them up still, but I think we gave away almost 5,000 or somewhere around 5,000 toys.
Oh, wow.
In Dallas. And Dallas is the smallest of the 11 cities that are coordinating this effort. And we did 5,000 just here. LA will do 30,000. And this is run by Dan Fleischman and Vince Ritchie. To me, that is like alpha male energy. Someone telling me you have a $500,000 watch, like, okay, so? And so, first of all, I think that we need to maybe reset the conversation around what makes someone a high value man. Because it's not that person. A high value man is
this is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Is what is a high value man.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
like I don't think society does a really good job of saying like what is a high value man, like what makes somebody actually alpha, right? Like I understand why he does the whole Bugatti thing. I mean, that's what young men are motivated by. Young men are like, it would be sick to be in a Bugatti with 6 women. It would be awesome, right? Like that's like every 20-year-old's dream, right?
Sure.
And then you realize like what's actually gonna make you happy in life. Right? Like what's actually going to fulfill you, right?
Yeah, before your frontal lobe is fully developed, like I had a lot of stupid ideas too. We all do.
Sure.
But I think you're absolutely right, Jonah. It's like, how are we defining a high value man? Are we just talking about someone who's rich? Because I don't think that makes someone high value. I actually think there are many men with money that are very low value humans. And I think of it in the sense of like, I'm not raising my daughters to like be good enough or to like, I don't want my daughters to marry your dusty sons.
Y'all out here looking dusty, flexing with your wife.
I don't. And they never will. They will only marry people, or they will never be forced to marry a man because of money, and they'll never be forced to stay with a man because of money. And I think that's actually a huge detriment for women today, is a lot of women would leave relationships if it weren't for financial restrictions.
Sure.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
And I also think that like it's really telling when more women are initiating divorces than men are today. And our divorce rate's really high in this country. It's like 57%. So I also think that like all of these beta males go around going like, oh, I don't want to gold dig or whatever. Bro, no one is gold digging you. You don't have money to gold dig like that, okay? Because the men with real money, like they're not worried about this. This is not their concern.
Wait, I'm actually curious. Like, do they never have any concerns? Like, really, really rich men, do they like never care about like any gold diggers whatsoever, or like anybody liking them only for their money?
No, I don't think that this is like a top 5 concern for them. And I'll say to my experience when I was dating, right? Okay, now I've been married for 12 years now. What is this? December. So 12 years in October. And my husband, I wouldn't call him like a really rich dude when we were dating, but I was 25 when we met. We met on my 25th birthday. And he's a physician. He was already a practicing physician. So, you know, he was making decent money. It was good back then when you have like no kids and no responsibilities. It was good. It was enough. But even then, when I was like, oh, I'm going to be a stay-at-home wife, he was like, all right, live your best life, babe. Because he was like, I can pay for our lives. I don't need you to work. Now, obviously, like the spoiler alert is I didn't do that. And I ended up working and I ended up out earning him by many multiples, but he didn't know that when we got married. But he wasn't worried about that. And if I didn't work now, our lives would just exist as business as usual.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
and Jonah,
pretty
that's what we
ridiculous.
well, we discussed that before too, Jonah, right? Like I think it's silly to think that there's like one perfect way of like a man's supposed to provide. I think you got to do what's right for you. And I think every relationship is nuanced. And I think that in a successful relationship, each party should have the freedom to choose their journey. And I think that my opinion, this is my opinion of a successful relationship is one where you can pick your journey. And not only does the person give you permission, because you don't need permission, you're grown, but they support you in that journey, enhance that journey, right? That's how I feel this is supposed to work.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, look, I am not someone to say that women should never stay at home, because like shout out to the stay-at-home moms. This is the hardest job on the face of the planet. I cannot do that job.
Yeah.
With that being said, the important part is that women that are not bringing financial income into the household are not stuck in their relationships. They're not being controlled by money. They're not feeling guilty for spending money that comes into the household. And like, I'll tell you, like for my husband and I, we've always had joint finances. I always tell him, your money is my money and my money is my money. I'm totally kidding.
Nice.
I say that like cheekily, but like in reality, we share everything. Like there is not a single account that we don't share, and except for my business accounts, right? Because he's not part of my business, but he could have access to them. He just doesn't want it. He doesn't need it, right? Like he'll tell me, oh, transfer this money, whatever. He has money in his own account, his own business account that he transfers in. I have control of that too. But all that being said, we share everything, right? Like there's no such thing as like his money or my money. It's all our money. We built this all together. And everything that I built is because of what he's done to support our family. And everything that he's doing is because of what I do to support our family. So it's very like symbiotic. And, you know, it's a little disingenuous, I think, for me to talk about like marriage and money like this, because money is the number one cause of divorce in this country. And that's just like not a concern for us. So when you have resources, it's a lot easier to make different decisions and make different moves. And the stress levels are just lower when you make more money. But I think it's important that women have financial independence and financial literacy.
So I think, how do you suggest for someone who is a stay-at-home, like Yvonne has all my logins to my account. She got password to my phone. I don't like, for me, if you're in a relationship, you should have all that, right? That's just my opinion, though. Some people might think that's naive, but if let's say a woman is maybe just doesn't have work experience, right? They don't have that background. They haven't worked in 25 years because they've, raised kids. How can they develop that financial independence in a situation like that, right?
Yeah, okay, so this is a really hard question to answer because I think it's going to vary so much. And I also, interestingly, I think my position on this has changed over time and over years. And, I'm more jaded because I've seen more of my friends get divorced now. And I've just seen more things, right? My frontal lobe is fully developed now. So I just have a different vantage point.
You'll get there, bro.
I think I got that. I think I'm not quite that young. I think I got my frontal lobe developed.
Yeah, I think you're fully developed now.
Yeah,
maybe. Jury's out. No, but I think I don't know the answer, so I'll start there. And I'm not qualified to give you this answer. However, I think that there could be something like a account that is set up for women who stay at home and don't bring financial income. And I keep stressing that because there's a difference between adding value to the family unit and being paid for that. Women get unpaid for their labor. They perform a lot of unpaid labor, a lot of emotional labor, a lot of invisible labor. And so I think it could be something like every paycheck that comes in, there can be a separate account, like an investment or savings account that is helping her build wealth, or that every single resource is joint and the only things that stay separate are the retirement accounts because they have to, right? But both get fully funded. Or I think there could be a prenup or a postnup if you're already married that says that this is the amount that she would get if you were to get divorced because she's sacrificing and staying home. And I think that amount should be significantly in the woman's favor, because the other calculation that women and men both don't make is, let's say my husband and I were to get divorced and I've been a stay-at-home mom for the last 12 years, right? When I go back into the workforce, I'm now going to have a 12-year gap in my resume. I also have spent 12 years out of the workforce where now I need to catch up, right? So I need to learn about all the things that have changed, like social media trends that have changed. AI is now huge. I'm just not going to have that knowledge base. I'm going to have to catch up to my peers that have been working for the last 12 years. So I'm already starting out at a significant disadvantage, but I think you can address some of those nuances in a prenup or a postnup. And I say all of that also in full transparency. I don't have a prenup with my husband. We don't really have anything to have a prenup over at the time.
Now, to that point, that's a great thing, because you think about this, you hear the Bezos of the world, right? And then now spouses are getting half. I don't know. I feel like, again, that's a little bit more of a personal situation. I mean, where was the contribution? I can't speak to that, but do you think that's appropriate? And I guess if the table, do you think that that's the right number? Is half fair? Should it be a different number if you don't have a prenup in place? I agree that something should be. You can't just, we done now, best of luck to you. I don't understand how you've been with somebody for that long and now all of a sudden it's good luck. That doesn't make any sense to me.
No, I think I should have more than half.
More than half? I feel like it should be half. I think it should be half.
No, I should have more than half.
Okay.
Wait, why more than half?
Because we have children together. He did nothing to bear those children. I gave up my body for that. I went through so much to do that, right? He didn't do that, so I should have compensation for that. I should also be compensated for not just me working, but in addition to that, for most of our marriage, I've done most of the emotional and unpaid and invisible labor of our household. Now, in the last 3 years, maybe we've been having this conversation and this dialogue actively in my house, and my husband has completely stepped up. And now I would actually even argue that he probably does more in the house than I do at this point. And that's actually a struggle for me, right? Because I'm not used to that. That's not how our marriage has been this whole time. But he's stepped up because I was like, hey, I can't do all of this and run these companies and take care of our kids and do blah, 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 and do all this stuff. I need help. And because he is a high value man, he recognized that and was like, oh my gosh, you're so right. It was a blind spot for him, right? So now if you ask me again, like 7 years from now, when we've both done equal emotional or invisible labor for 20 years, like I did the first 10 and he did the second 10, then sure, we can even out to 50-50. But as it stands right now, I have put way more into this relationship than my husband has.
Very, very interesting. So right now, you think you like, as it stands right now, you're at 60, 70 plus than what he's getting.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really thought about like exact percentages or anything like that, but I know that I deserve more.
She'll have Nick write it up if necessary, you know? Like, have Nick come up with the
You're like, it
percentages,
depends.
make a whole list out, be like, look, you didn't do the dishes February 2nd, 2012. You're getting minus
Let me
1%
pull out
on
my
that shit.
calendar.
Has a whole Excel file sheet of all the times her husband fucked up. Like,
oh my gosh. It's so funny because like I married a really good man. Like he's just a good individual. And like, even before, like when we first got married, I only have to ask my husband something once. Like I don't have to ask him a million times. I'm not the type of wife that's going to like nag him for anything. And for you, and he like is kind to you and he doesn't abuse you and all these things. And I'm like, this is literally the lowest level of acceptability for a husband and a partner in my life. And I think it's funny. I was having this conversation last night with someone else. Ironically, it was around Andrew Tate then too. And here's what I had pointed out. And it was kind of like a wait, that's kind of crazy moment. Women who get married live less long as women who don't get married. Men who get married increase their life expectancy than over men who are not married. So that means when I married my husband, I literally gave him years of my life because he will live longer because he's married to me and I will live shorter because I'm married to him. And now these are obviously not specific to both of us, but in general, married men live longer than unmarried men and married women die earlier than unmarried women. And if you look at like all four groups, right? Married women, married men, unmarried men, the happiest are unmarried women who don't have children.
Interesting. So let me ask you this. Let's assume your husband has said, nah, I'm good on the doctor life. Vina's about to go own all of the buildings. Yeah, I'm going to stay home and I'm making her Sammy's before she goes to work every day. Then God forbid
we hire people for that. He could do whatever he wants.
She said we got people for that. Don't flex like that.
That was to protect the leap a little bit. That was
but okay, in that scenario, hypothetically, is your husband now entitled to more than half? God forbid it didn't work out because he's the one that played that role.
Have their babies, and when he does all of the unpaid emotional labor of the house for at least a decade, sure.
Interesting. So then I guess my final question to that point, because it's an interesting perspective. You have built businesses, right? Like no one can say that running a household is not literally endless hard work.
That's harder than any business I've ever built.
But to that point, there's a lot of work that goes into that, the nuance. So you just say that just the level of difficulty places one over in value. You just think that there's just the difficulty of building a business just doesn't compare in your opinion?
Well, okay, I guess think about it this way, right? What's the value of somebody treating my children kindly and raising them with the principles and morals and values that my husband and I share? What does that cost?
Yeah, I guess
no, that's priceless. Yeah.
Okay. What is the value of me going out and buying a $50 million building?
$50 million.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess the option is that if you're providing housing for people, I mean, one could get that. I guess the interesting question, and I'm genuinely thinking through this as I'm saying it, right? Because the interesting question is like, okay, well, if the marketplace is valued something at X, it's valued at that proportionately. Now, there are some things that are improportionately valued, right? You can do some things in business that you raking in more, but some things you gotta bust your ass. You gotta do a lot of work for that, and the marketplace is rewarding you proportionately for that work. So I feel like there's got to be something to be said about that too, right? Like that says something. It's not nothing.
Okay, yeah, fine. Call it a 10x on a $50 million building, $500 million. Okay, is that worth more? Like, if someone were to ask me, would I rather have $500 million or make sure that my children were safe and protected and taken care of? Like, that's not even a choice for me. I choose the 500. No, I'm just kidding.
Choose the 500 million. So wait, okay, Vina, here's my question. Here's my question that goes into all of this, right? So like when a man and a woman are like raising like an entire household, right? Like we can definitely argue that a woman a lot of times takes on a lot of the child rearing responsibilities, a lot of times more than men, right? And I don't know necessarily with your household. Now I'm thinking more just with the average household, right? Because with the average household, I mean, the average household, I might even agree with you more in some ways. I guess the question that I wanted to ask was, because you made it almost sound like the dad has no child rearing responsibilities whatsoever.
Oh,
I agree with you that the woman, you think they have none? Like
no,
zero?
I'm saying absolutely not. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, gotcha. Because that's what I was thinking, where it's like, okay, it's like if like I'm going back to the Jeff Bezos part, right? Like when he deserve more than half? Well, he probably the woman did primarily of the work of keeping the household going, right? Very likely, right?
But
Most
also,
likely.
just to be clear, when we're talking about Jeff Bezos, Mackenzie built the company with him.
That's what I was also gonna say too. Where
okay, yeah, I just want to be clear. Like she was very much a part of that origin story.
And honestly, like also usually, even if it's just a stay-at-home wife, they're still like, even if they're not quote unquote in the business, they are taking care of shit so that he can be fully in the business, right? Like it would like even from my perspective as a single younger entrepreneur male, like if I had a wife that could take care of just shit that's happening around the house, that would make life way goddamn easier for me to go make more money, right? I guess I just find it interesting where it's like and I'm just curious because this will be like something that I'm curious about is like what you said. I think the words were the unappreciated or like the hidden emotional labor.
Unpaid. Yeah, unpaid labor.
Right? Is it because women have more of that? Do you think men have any of that? Right? Like I'm just curious your perspectives on that. So you're our honored guest here, so we're gonna keep asking you questions.
Okay, for the first thing I want to say is we should be really careful in how we talk about the unpaid labor that women do, right? And you probably don't even realize you did this. You said, even if someone is just a stay-at-home wife, that word just diminishes the value of what happens, right? Like if I was like, oh, he's just a real estate investor, right? Like it's condescending in a way, right? And I know you didn't mean for it to be that way, but this is like the microaggressions that happen on a daily basis to women. And that's part of why I've been posting all this stuff, because it's this hashtag like women in male dominated fields is exactly this. It's like when I'm on a plane and someone asks me, oh, what does your husband do? Like, what does it matter what he does? I'm here because I have a really successful company. They go, don't you feel guilty that someone else is raising your children?
Well, that person is whack as hell.
Actual conversation that happened.
That's like whack as hell.
On a regular basis.
That's crazy.
Often, and it's never from women. It's always from men. You would be like the crazy shit that men say to me. It's unbelievable. I've many times I've had men, and I think they're like toxic masculinity, right? Is what I call it. They'll be like, oh yeah, well, you know, my wife gave birth to my children with no meds. And I'm like, okay, like, is that what she wanted? Or do you like push some kind of weird narrative on her that it's somehow less of an accomplishment if you birth with drugs? And like, I don't really care, right? Like, I am hashtag pro anesthesia all the way. I'm married to an anesthesiologist. My only birth plan was all the drugs as soon as possible. You know, I ended up having a C-section. And then I'll always be like, oh, well, sounds like you really didn't do this thing that you're like trying to flex on me about this. Like, what a weird thing to say to me. And then, I mean, well, I have like the mic drop, right? Because I'm like, well, I gave birth to 2 at once and you didn't give birth to any. So I don't know what else there is to say. There's drugs or no drugs, right? Like, I'm not in a competition with your wife, and I hope she had the birth plan that she wanted. So all this to say, yes, men have said these very things to me many times. I've heard these comments. And so I think it's just important that when we're talking about women and their role and their value, we're not like diminishing it or, you know, making it less important than it actually is. Because like I said before, being a stay-at-home mom, being a stay-at-home wife, being a wife at all, you literally are paying with your own life. Like, and I just discovered the comment section, by the way. These are not things that I think for you to agree or disagree with. Like, this is just statistically true. These are objective truths. They're not like Vina's opinion of the world, right? So I think it's important to know that. So going back to your question about unpaid or emotional labor, men do some amount of it. Good men do more of it than your average man. It is still so wildly disproportionate that if you actually listed all of the things, and I've done this exercise with my husband before, he looked at the list and he was like, I didn't even realize that all of this is happening because it's invisible, right? And I'll give you a really easy example. Okay, think about a birthday in your family, your mom's birthday, okay? When it's my mother-in-law's birthday, I know her birthday is on March 13th. I know the things she likes. I know the most
That's
recent
crazy. That's my birthday. Just randomly, that's also my birthday. So
is it
there
really?
you go. Yeah, it really is. Just to throw it out there. That's a super
Wow,
random thing.
that's so crazy.
Weird.
That's also the same day I bought this house. Weird.
Wild.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
just keep going.
I would have interrupted for that too. I'd be like, wait, we gotta acknowledge that we share a birthday.
Yeah, that's just kind of weird that I share the same birthday as your mother-in-law. You know, just
so
throw
weird.
it out there.
So weird. But yeah, so my mother-in-law's birthday, right? When it comes up, I'm thinking about, okay, what are we going to do to celebrate her birthday? Are we going to get together at her house, or should we go somewhere for dinner? If we're going somewhere for dinner, what are the things that she likes to eat? Like, should we take her here or here? And if we do that, should we go earlier in the day or later in the day? And what about my kids? Will they eat there, or do I need to feed them ahead of time? And then what about a gift? Like, she wanted a gift of X, Y, or Z. I've heard her say it over the last 12 months, and I've kept it in my mind so that when her birthday comes around, I can order said gift, and I can order it in enough time to make sure that they get there in time for whenever we're celebrating her birthday, right? And I've thought through all of these scenarios, and men, for the most part, and again, this is not a generalization of all men. This is like your average man, right? By the time I've made 85 different calculations and had 85 thoughts about one small sliver of our lives, men will have like, oh, I didn't know it was your birthday. Or happy birthday, mom, as a text. So just looking like proportionately, women just do more emotional labor. And it's not because we're better at it. It's because we're conditioned to do it. It's because this is how we're raised. This is what we're told from a young age. And like, I have great nannies, right? Like, I've always had great nannies. I've been very lucky in that way. And when my girls were about 2, our last nanny, not our current nanny, when my girls were about 2, I would walk into the room after my husband had just left the room. I'd walk into the room with the girls, you know, to kiss them, hug them, whatever. My nanny would go, oh, Miss Vina, we're out of diapers. And I would go, okay, what did my husband say? And she'd go, well, I didn't tell him I was like, why not? Wasn't he just in the room? I literally saw him walk out of the room. And she go, yeah, but I didn't tell him. I'm like, okay, well, he has our credit card. He has our Amazon account. He has our Instacart account. Let me know if he has trouble and needs help ordering them. I'm like, why did you wait for me to do that? Right? Because it's like, again, it's unpaid labor. And it took me a few times of being like, okay, well, let me know what he says once he orders them, for her to like really understand that this is not a role I'm willing to accept just because you deemed it appropriate to go to me. I work more hours than my husband.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. And it brings me back to a point that I think is the summary here, is the way you're defining value. And I talked about this a lot. I think it was in one of my community calls or something like that. That's always kind of irked me. And I'm interested in your perspective on this, right? Everything you've defined about value is not financially driven, right? And so I was watching this story of like an influencer, not somebody in our space, and they were basically talking about they were promoting somebody. They're like, hey, you got to check this person out. They're a 9-figure person, this, that, and the next thing. And I'm like, that's what you led with? And I'm like, this is the part that doesn't make sense to me. And I think this is a very toxic trait in the business world. You did a 60 second story, and the first 30 seconds was talking about the amount of money he's made. The last amount of it has been talking about like the event. Like, why do I care how much money this dude's made? Like, who is he as a person? Like, what value this is? And like, for me now, I'm doing a coaching thing and I'm doing all this different stuff. And like, for me, the value of me as a teacher isn't how much money I make doing the business. It's how much money my students make doing the business. But more importantly, it's how their lives are impacted as a result of being around the energy that I bring to a Zoom or a call or a training or whatever. But I think that goes way past the course. That's just life interaction. My personal opinion is that the value of a person has nothing to do with how much money that they make. I think that is a measuring stick, but not even the most important one in my opinion. I think it's a character thing. It's who are you? How do you impact people in life? From a business standpoint, I feel like it sounds like you agree with that, but that's, I think, permeated the business world. And I think it like people are graded by how much money they make. I don't think that's the right measuring stick. I think it comes down to what you're talking about. Who are you? What value do you bring to life in general? It sounds like that's kind of your philosophy as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that, honestly, I think people that put an emphasis on someone's value equated to money are like poor. Yeah. Like, I mean, I don't mean to say that in like an asshole way, but it's a poor mentality because you're operating from scarcity.
Yeah. It 100% makes sense. I mean, this is what we were talking about earlier with the whole Andrew Tate thing. Venus is hitting on the same thing I was hitting on earlier, where my issue with Andrew Tate isn't all the vid clips we watch where he's talking about men need to be better, right? Like, what makes a man, like, what motivates a man, right? Like, what makes a good life for a man? Like, everybody.
Your internet's tofuing again, bro. Like, he's in San Francisco, so we've concluded earlier.
Am I
back?
That
America, what's happening?
Am I back? Hold on. Sorry. I am right now visiting my parents because it is my mom's birthday. Was yesterday, so I was hanging out with her, right? Because I take on the emotional labor. That's what I just want to say. As I take on more emotional labor, as I fly out, like I'd hang out with my mom on her birthday. But anyway, so point being is, I have terrible internet right now. I've been going in and out. I've been like, it's. I swear it happens right when I start talking too. It's like literally like I hear you guys fine and then I cut out. But this is what we were talking about earlier with Andrew Tate. My issue with Andrew Tate isn't like, yes, I think there is an issue, is no one's talking to young men about what it's to be a young man or to be a really good man, which is try to be the best you possibly can be in a field you like, right? Getting a lot of money, that's a good goal so that you can, but like, so you can do what? And that's my issue with Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate's is so what is Bugattis, women, all of that stuff. And it's like, that's fun for like a couple seconds.
Yes.
Yeah. Like I am not insanely rich, but I got my dream. What more or less is my dream car,
you have enough,
right? well, I got my dream car too. Like, and even with like, and I make more money than like 90% of the American population, right? And that was fun for like a month max.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, well, now this is my life. Like, I got my car, right? And so it's just I just wish, like, I understand why Andrew Tate exists. What I wish he was doing more often was being like, the journey is the satisfying part. And having tons of women is going to be soul crushing eventually. Like, I don't like, it's just going to get to the point where you're going to be miserable with that, because like you're spending like 20 hours a week. Like, if he's actually seriously has 6 women, even, like, that's crazy to me. I can't, even when I'm in a relationship, I'm like, I'm doing my best here to have one girlfriend. Like, I did like this whole reel on like Islam, like saying like having 4 wives, like, and all that, and be like, I don't know, how the hell are you like, you guys think this is sick? I need to be sure like one woman is happy and keeping my shit together still, you know? So I don't know. I guess like where I'm going with that is, and I'll bring you back into this, Vina, is like, from your perspective, right? Like, do you think that it's kind of like this absence of good men talking about what it means to be a man that's like really creating the Andrew Tates of the world?
Yes.
And like, how do we fix that? Right? Like, because Bugattis and women, that's attractive, especially to young men. It's like, hell yeah, that's always what I've dreamed of, is I want Bugattis and 6 women in it, right? So I don't know, how do you beat that? Or like, how do you show the right way?
Well, first, I want to actually just say, like, thank you to both of you for having this conversation and for inviting me into this conversation, because I don't think that there's a lot of men that would be comfortable even opening this door for discussion, let alone being like genuinely curious about it. So I think that's some alpha male energy right there from both of you.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for that.
Clap it up for us being alpha
Yes,
male.
let's come on, give these men a round of applause.
Hell yeah.
We need a safe space for men too. I'm joking. Okay, I'm joking. The short answer to your question is yes, I do think there's a lack of men, good men like yourselves, that have the same platform. And I find it frustrating that we give people with bad behavior a platform. I think that some of his messaging, obviously, we all can objectively agree, like, be a good person, work hard, like, those are generally good messages, right? I just don't think that we have to turn to toxic men to receive those messages. Now, I say that on the other side of that coin is, if you are somebody that feels motivated by shame triggering and by scarcity triggering, and like, that's like, listening to someone like that is going to be the thing that gets you out of bed in the morning, the thing that gets you to your next whatever goal, whatever you want. If that's the person that you want to emulate, know that it comes with a different cost, and that cost might not be dollars, but there are other costs behind that, right? Like, having 6 women. And do these women like know about each other? I don't actually know the backstory.
Theoretically, yeah, they know about each other.
Yeah.
They're all cool. They're hanging out in the house together. Like, they're
actually don't.
A great whole time.
I take issue with this. Like, fundamentally, if everybody is a consenting adult and has agreed to this arrangement, do you? I'm very big on like, live and let live, right? You do you, whatever makes you happy. Don't push any of these like crazy things that I don't want to do on me. And I'm not going to push any of my things on you, and you do what you want to do. Right. So here's what I'll say about having 6 women. Oh, they're all under 23. Oh God, that sounds like the worst thing that I could think of happening. And I said this to my husband before. I'm like, babe, do you want to have another wife? Because, I'm just like seeing what would happen.
Just try to trap him. Is that like you trying to
Yeah,
trap him?
that's 100%.
Like what? Like what do you mean? Are you? Is he just like, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that? Like what are we talking? Like just tries to like.
No, I was just like curious if like the thought ever crossed his mind about like having a second wife. It wasn't in like an accusatory. It was just like a conversation piece. Like, would I ever have another husband? Absolutely not. Like, if I'm not with my husband for some reason, like, I'm just not going to have anybody. I'm just going to be me all by myself because I'm so happy as a single person. He enhances my life and I'm grateful to have him, but I'm not going to like go out. Like the way men are showing up these days, like I'm just not interested in any of them in any kind of way. So let alone like having like another husband. But I asked my husband this and I mean, he's like kind of the same thing you said, Jenna, which is like, no, keeping one woman happy is like way too much for me. I'm good. Like, I don't need to add more complexity to my life and more complication to my life. And I think, like, in that same vein, if you have 6 women and everybody has agreed to this arrangement, like, do you? That's fine. But I don't think that the people who are not in this life and who are not living that lifestyle are fantasizing about it in a way that's not actually practical, because there are costs to this. There just are. There's no getting around it, right? And I don't think that actually brings fulfillment and happiness to most people. Sure, I'm sure for some it does. I'm sure for him it maybe does, at least right now. But you said he's young. Like, how old is he?
He's probably in his 30s now.
What are you talking about?
Probably.
Andrew Tate?
Yeah.
He's like 36 or something. Like he's somewhere.
Okay, well, I don't know what's wrong with him then. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding.
I think a lot changes. 35 to 40 is like it's a little bit of a milestone for a lot of dudes, I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think like mid 30s and early 40s is when like men kind of get more planted on the ground. You know, they've usually found some amount of success in whatever they're trying to do. They feel a little bit more like stable. Maybe they're married now, have kids, whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think that his life is the life that most people would want to live. Bugattis and all. And it's funny. I feel like you guys were at my dinner table last night because we had like almost an identical conversation. Wow. And I was like, look, when I first started like making money, like real money, every time I would close a deal, I had this ritual. I would do 2 things. I buy a Chanel and I donate to a charity. Like those were my 2 things. And that was like my way of celebrating. I can't remember the last time I closed a deal and bought a Chanel bag. I still donate to charities, but I don't really buy Chanel anymore. Multiple reasons. The very first reason is Chanel's quality has significantly declined, and I'm not going to pay 10 grand for a handbag that doesn't even have gold plating anymore. That's ridiculous.
Ew.
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah, girl.
I know, right? Things like these status symbols or perceived status symbols, they are like, this is a really great marketing hack that all of these luxury companies use. And they market not to wealthy people, they market to poor people. And they tell poor people, when you wear the Burberry shirt and when you drive the Bugatti and when you have the Rolex on your arm, like, this is how other people will think that you're wealthy. And yes, that's like maybe true to some extent, but it's a saying, right? Like money talks, wealth whispers. And there's a difference. Like the truly wealthy elite are wearing understated items. They're not splashing like Gucci all over their clothes. And I mean, look, I like certain designer things just as much as the next person. But there's truly, and this is again like a scientifically studied thing, there is a diminishing value of dollars. And it used to be like a decade ago, it was anything over $200,000 or $250,000. You had a diminishing return on every additional dollar you make. So making $300,000, if that got you, let's say like units of happiness, like let's say it got you 5 units of happiness, making 350,000 only got you like 4.6, and then making 400,000 gets you like 4.1 or whatever. So every dollar you make above a certain threshold, it's just diminishing returns. You don't get the same amount of happiness, and that's because you have financial security at the bottom line, at the baseline, right? And once you get to that number, you're not worrying about, can I afford food? Can I afford rent? Can I afford healthcare? Like all those things are basic needs are taken care of. And then you have a little bit of the extras and the wants. And then after that, you don't necessarily get that much more of a return. And I say that as somebody who I made a lot of money and it's great, but the best money I spend is experiences and time with my family on things that get me more time with my family and on impacting and giving to other people in my life.
I love that. Let me ask you a question, Vina, because this is actually what prompted me messaging you in the first place. Because when I think of the Andrew Tates in the world right now, this is me. Anybody who knows, I have this. It's a strength in me.
I always get scared when you say things like this. Okay, what do you have to say?
Now, here's the thing. I'm a right? I need to understand something. Yvonne will tell you, like, oh my God, he's talking again. Because I got to ponder like the deep, historical significance of all things and where they came from. And I need to understand it. So I look at this whole masculinity thing right now. So I asked a question because this prompted this, right? Okay. The Andrew Tates of the world exist for a reason because something in society is lacking. Now, we could talk about maybe how the origination of this came about, but I asked the question in my YouTube chat, is masculinity, are men under attack in society today?
No. Next question.
Okay, 93% of the people in the YouTube chat said yes. So one person or two. Okay, but quantify that. Why are that many people saying yes? If I had a feeling your answer would be no, but I know a lot of people say yes. I have my own opinion, but I'm interested in where you're so confident. I think I know why, but obviously you got to speak for yourself.
Because we're in a moment where women are demanding equality, and equality feels like oppression when you've been benefiting from systemic patriarchy.
Okay. Do you not think those things can be mutually exclusive, though?
No.
So
I don't know if they can be or not, but they're not.
Interesting. So
maybe they could be, but in this scenario, they're not.
So, like, for someone who doesn't know what those words mean, right?
Okay.
Like, I know what those words mean, but let's pretend like people don't know what those words mean, right?
Okay.
Like, what are we talking about, like, specifically?
Okay.
In your opinion?
Look, Shanna said my very first thought as you were like 93% of the people. Okay, is this like a randomized, truly like blind sample,
this
or
is not a double blind?
No, we just watched a bunch of Andrew Tate videos, and everyone was just like, "Yeah, that sounds reasonable." And then we took that poll. Obviously, we're gonna have a slightly biased poll, okay, guys? But
so let's just like disregard what your 93% says, right? Because like if I'm sitting in a room full of all of my like my family with the women in my family, that's not going to be a reasonable metric to use, right? Like 93, actually 100% of them would probably say what I say. I don't know for sure, but I think it'd be close to 100%. So let's disregard your 93% because that's like a garbage number anyway. Okay. Then let's talk about like, so the way our society is set up is inherently not favorable to women, even more specifically mothers. Okay, because we get taken out of the workforce for 9 months at a time when we have babies, right? And then maybe we stay home for a year or two to raise our babies. And maybe they have different needs, like if they have learning disabilities or other needs, whatever, then maybe that extends out to like 5 years, right? Or maybe we don't have childcare because now in every single state, childcare is more expensive than rent. Okay, so who's going to stay home? Men or women? The majority of the time, it's going to be the mother that stays home, right? And so now she's out of the workforce for 5 years. And then she goes back to work when the children go to school, right? The school day starts at 7 a.m. and ends at like 2 or 3 p.m. Most workplaces do not have flexible schedules. They do not have schedules that mirror these school times. So now what happens? There has to be a caretaker. There has to be a parent that is able to go and like drop off and pick up and all this thing, right? There are so many nuances to how our society is set up, right? Also, the inherent biases that exist in the workplace are very harmful for women. And that's why we need more women in leadership, right? Because do you know the number of times that I have had to go to a strip club because business is being conducted at a strip club and I'm not going to be left out of it?
Seriously?
Many times. And the fact that I don't even know that's the thing.
This is a perfect segue. So for me, because we talked about this a little bit earlier, like where's the line? Is it more appropriate for a man to say there's a lady coming, let's be respectful and not do this at a strip club? Or is that a demonstration of chauvinism by assuming that a woman wouldn't be comfortable existing in that environment?
Oh, that's a good question.
Probably like my question to you, Vina, is did they actually invite you to the strip club? Like, because I feel like
myself.
Exactly. That's the issue, is that they're like, we're going to the strip club. Vina, she
Not
probably doesn't gonna enjoy that. She's probably gonna think it's kind of weird, right? Like that's the issue there, is that probably a men would, if we're having a business meeting at a strip club, it like probably most men would be like, I feel like it's kind of weird to invite Vina, right?
Which leads back to my question. Like for my question, I'm interested in your thoughts on it, because here's why. I genuinely think, I'm going to tell you right now, my answer would be, first of all, I'm not going to a strip club anyways. That's just not my vibe. But if I were, I'd be like, yo, let's not be disrespectful. Let's not do this at a strip club. And I feel like there's a lot of women today that would see that as a slight, even though my attempt is to be considerate. And I think this is where it creates murky waters. I'm interested in your thoughts on that.
No, I think that I think you're more likely to, I think you'll end up on the right side of history, so to speak, by choosing to do it in a gender neutral environment.
Okay.
I think it's very unlikely that you will offend someone by choosing to do it in a gender neutral way.
Here's my question, Vina, because everything you just said, it was things that are against women, right? And I recognize all of those things. I think there are a lot of things that are really hard for women in society. Now, my flip coin to that, right? Because my answer to it is masculine under attack. I'm like, that's a weird way to put it for me. I don't think I think the issue is people aren't defining masculinity well, is what the issue is for me, is like no one's defining good masculinity. So what people think is masculinity might be under attack, but that's like bad masculinity, right? Like, I don't know, like, and we can get into what those specifically are if we want. But my question to you is, though, also is, and this is what I've heard from my my feminist friends who, and I would consider myself a feminist. I just don't know much of the jargon, right? Like I don't know.
We snapped that?
Yeah, we did. I did.
All right.
All right, but I don't know the jargon as well, right? But how I understand it too is like there are certain things that could be in a patriarchal society that are against men as well, right? So
Like what?
I guess my question is
Wait, well, like what? Give me an example.
Like an example of this might be something like, and this was something we talked about earlier, Keanu. Keanu asked me this because I said I want to do this, right? Like, for instance, let's say the pressure as a young man to be able to pay for everything for a woman, right? Like, this might be one example of like, this is something, a societal expectation that's kind of fucked up. Like, do we really need it to always be the man who pays for everything always, right? Like, this seems like a fucked up expectation that's hurting young men's egos who are like, wow, I'm 25 and I'm not making $200,000. I must be a loser, right? When it's like, wait a minute, calm the hell down, right? Like, this is like it's cool that you're not making. It's fine. You're 25. No, literally no one is making that type of money at 25. This isn't reality. Everything you're seeing was either luck or they're just lying, right? Like, and so I guess where I'm going with this is like, could there be things? Because I think there are things that in our society that screw men and screw women in just different ways, right? There are different societal expectations that are put on men, and then there are different societal expectations put on women. I lean to there being more societal expectations that screw women, right? Unless, yeah,
Yes.
right. So sorry, I just was like, I thought I lagged out for a second because you were both paused. So hold on. So I lean towards that side, but when people say like masculinity is under attack, right? I think that what they're meaning is they're talking about the fact that, is it good in our society that we don't push men to be as strong as they can, make as much as money as they can, right? And it's like, yes and no. It's kind of hard because the issue, I don't think even the issue is that masculinity is under attack. I think the issue is that no one's telling young men what to be doing. Like, I think I was told, like, get a job, have a good life, and look for a girlfriend. But then it's like, there's got to be more to life than that for men. There has to be like conquering dragons and stuff like that. And I don't know. That's like, I think the biggest issue with men, at least right now, because they're falling behind because they just don't see the point of doing anything. So I don't know. I forgot where I was with the question. Do you beat on that? I guess where I was going with that was like,
you don't
do you think there are also things that are screwing men in society?
I don't
really,
really
might be what you're going to.
I don't really see this as a problem if you feel pressure to pay for everything. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I don't see this as a problem because men still out earn women. So, okay.
Well, I'll give you a couple more examples, Bina, that I think are fair, right? Like, so one example is, let's just talk about emotions. Men are not allowed to have emotions.
Let's talk about emotions.
Right? Like, men emotionally are, there is a, and now this is a generality, right? There are going to be unique scenarios where this isn't applicable, but I think there is a general reality that says that as much as we want this balance to exist and we want men to be a little bit more open to their emotions, there is no space for men to have emotions. There is no space for men to show weakness in a lot of circles.
Be around better people.
What do you mean?
Like, the people who are telling you can't be vulnerable and have emotions, like, these people are garbage. Get rid of them. Move on to a different
But that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people, right? So
demand better from the people that you're around. And
that's true. But in fairness, Vina, like, you can't just, I mean, we can snap that, we can, but the reality is changing.
I just want to snap it real quick.
Changing your entire social circle is not that easy, right? Like, these are people that carry significant, but for a person like yourself, for a person like myself, for a person like Jonah, who are very intentional with how we live our lives, we're very intentional with where we place our time and how we do things. But would you agree that we represent a small percentage of people on the planet that are not just passive? What's that?
Not the men in my life.
But do you think that everybody's lifestyle is a reflection of yours? Like, do you agree that there's a lot of people who live completely different existences?
Yes.
So there are a lot of guys who are out here who live in their life, and the only ones that they're exposed to.
Better ones. They exist. Both of you two are right here, and you found each other. Find more of you.
All right. So until they learn that completely, but here's the thing: there are certain things that are that simple, but when you're in the middle of the circumstance, it's not that simple. And you don't know that it's as simple as, let me just go find a different safe space. Like, this is a paradigm shift that we're expecting people to make that they've never been exposed to the idea of making. There are some people who grow up in the inner city who don't know that there's the option to leave that environment. It's not that simple for them, right? So they live
with that. I think many times when we're looking at like the inner city, right? If we want to talk about the inner city, many of those homes are fatherless homes. So they're learning from a woman. Yours was, right? Like, they're learning from a woman. So I think that you have seen emotional vulnerability and emotional intelligence, right? Like EQ and you maybe are choosing not to be vulnerable.
No, I'll tell you exactly what happened. I got set outside and I got my ass kicked for it.
By your mom?
No, by everybody else in the world that didn't understand that I'm a guy who's demonstrating what's considered to be by society, a society that some people don't want to acknowledge exists, something that's not as masculine. So I got my ass kicked, right? I've told this story before. I was 9 years old the first time I got chased with a knife, right? Like I got jumped multiple times before I left elementary school, but this was my existence. Now, I grew up with people who have been in and out of prison their entire lives. These were people that were like family for me growing up. I chose a different path. But I can tell you from firsthand experience, I definitely represent the minority, a very, very small minority, because the lifestyle change that goes into changing the mental paradigm that's been instilled from you since birth is not just that easy, like, oh, let's go change it. So what happens is you have an entire world, millions of people that exist in our planet, in our country, that live in an existence that they are, like the word, I guess, is marginalized. And these are men who live in an environment where they're not allowed to show emotions because they grew up and raised in households where they ain't no time for emotions. We ain't got no time for that. Man up, suck it up, right? And so what it does is it creates these toxic, so their cycle. So these things go through, right? And then you go into different situations. Like, so I think there are examples. Another example is court cases for fathers. Fathers are, I guess, overwhelmingly shit on when it comes to those types of situations. I think we have all heard of, there's tons of stories where unfit women were given custody when fantastic fathers were shit on because it is unfairly skewed. And I guess this is my summary. I agree with you, Vina. I was raised by a single mother. And I think there are tons of examples where women have been overlooked and undervalued and not appreciated. That is overwhelmingly factual. Anybody who tries to deny that is ignorant. But I think it's equally unfair to not acknowledge the men who go through these similar situations in their own right, but because they are a guy, just like what Sharon Lee says, they got to suck that up. Nah, you ain't got to, but you don't know what women go through. But we both experience it. So shouldn't we all have voices? I know that's not what you're saying, but I'm using her comments as a way to prove my point.
Okay, I want to address her comment because I think it's really important that we address it. But before we get there, I want to say first, I'm sorry that was your experience growing up. That sucks, and that shouldn't be true for anybody. Also, snaps to you for getting out of that situation.
Snaps for Quijano.
Snaps for Quijano.
Right?
Because that's hard to do. Now, I think the way to solve this, or at least address a significant portion of it, is put more women in leadership, elect more women. Women are very much so more preferred bosses for this generation to work for. And this is the first time in history that this has happened, where more people, and I said people, not men, I didn't say women, more people prefer to work for a woman boss than a male boss. And a big piece of it is probably because maybe they don't have those spaces where they can be more vulnerable or they can express more EQ. And so I think, yes, I agree that this is a problem if there are, I know there are men in these situations where they feel like they cannot express emotional vulnerability or EQ. And I do think that that is a problem. And I think one way to solve that is to put more men who are aware and more versed in EQ at the top, and put more women, period, at the top. So that's like number one. The other thing I would say is here. Okay, I want to address this comment. Okay. Am I allowed to say this word out loud, or is it gonna ban me on YouTube?
Honestly, I've been swearing this entire podcast.
Nah,
we're waiting to get banned at some point. We've gotten into some wild.
I just don't know, because you know how like on TikTok you have to say like unalived or whatever, otherwise it like the algorithm yells at you and cancels you or whatever. Okay, so this comment: don't be a pussy, stop acting like a girl. This is a wildly harmful statement, and it's almost like the most perfect demonstration that I could give you guys about what I'm saying here. And it's said by a woman, right? So
I think she was giving an example. I don't think she's personally saying that. I think she's saying what people say in those examples. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm sorry, Sharon, is that what you were saying? Okay. Okay, I love it. Okay, I can work with this. I was surprised too, because I'm like, Sharon.
Yeah, I think she was saying what people.
I know,
Yeah,
I was like wildly thrown off for a minute. Okay. Don't be a pussy, right? So I've had many men say this in front of me. Why is this the default that we use when we're trying to express that someone's being weak? Literally, it is the strongest muscle in the human body. There's no muscle in a man's body that is even close in comparison to strength. Okay, like it literally can birth a whole human. And I'm going to be crass for a second, but like Betty White said, it can take a beating.
Jonah wouldn't know nothing about that, but you'll get there, bro.
All right, thank you, Brianna. I was just like about it. I just want to like cut to a clip of Vina saying that it's the strongest muscle in the body, and then it's like, here's Doctor, like whatever,
Dr.
Frank over
Vina
here.
Jetty.
Dr. Frank, confirm that real quick. What is the strongest muscle in the human body? It is indeed the vagina muscle. Thank you, guys. And like, it is.
Cervix. To be clear, it's the cervix.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, you guys, you know, like my dad's this like Instagram star now, and I'm just like, oh.
I love it. I love how your dad has like 80,000 followers or something. It's so funny. It's so good.
This man, it's wild. Okay, so this is just like a really bad euphemism for weakness. And if you want to know what's really weak, you know what's weak? Balls.
Big facts.
So weak. So weak. All right, like a man gets kicked in the balls and he's like out for days. He might die. Okay. Women do not have the same problem. So I, first of all, out of the gate, object to the word pussy in a negative way. I've objected this to my friends who we definitely know, who have used this word to describe weakness. And I'm like, what do you mean? Why would you say that that is a weakness? And it's like, once they recognize that, like, we should call people ball sacks because that's weak.
That's fair. That's
like the lesson we want you on this podcast to get out of this entire thing. Stop calling people pussies. Call them ball sacks.
Call them ball sacks. That's the big takeaway.
Stop being a ball sack. Right?
Gotcha.
So that is going to be our new euphemism. And the like connotation of like a girl, right? That is a way to put someone down, right? Like it is not the insult that you think it is. Like if someone said to me like, oh, you should invest like a girl. I'm like, yeah, I do. And you should invest like me too. Cause I'm really good at it.
Yeah.
But like when someone says that to men, like, oh, you run like a girl, like what does that even mean? Right? Like Serena Williams is a great example of this. You play tennis like a girl. Okay, she's like the best tennis player of all time. Men, women, doesn't matter. So how is this what we're going to say to like demean and to denigrate women's accomplishments? I don't agree with this. Yeah, stop being a ball sack, guys. Really.
This is Vina's quote of 2024.
Yeah, you don't understand. Like we're gonna do to you what
No,
we just cut you out of context and just turn it into a reel. We're gonna contact your social media person, be like, just post it. We'll pay you 10 grand. Just post it real quick on our profile.
No, because you know my social media person too.
I do also. I actually do know who it is, so it'd be good. I think I can get this done.
I'm changing all of my passwords right now. All passwords changed. I'm immediately firing her out of the gate just in case.
When we were saying, can you say this word? We were like, Vina, yes. Say the word.
Yes, you can.
Jonah had
for it. My dad is like famous on Instagram now. I can't be having this out in the street.
Vina's about to go viral. But here, maybe that's how you get your message out, right? Don't be a ball sack. Maybe this is how you make this a thing.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Now, don't be a ball sack.
Now, I think this is for me, here's my point, Vina. Like for me, the reason I took a very long journey, and my journey was a weird one, but I think throughout life, most of us just kind of live in the passenger seat of life and we just take what it gives us. Yeah. We don't get into the driver's seat because getting in the driver's seat is hard. It's uncomfortable. You got to look in the mirror. right? And a lot of times you don't realize that the mirror is focused in the wrong direction. And I think there's all of that. But I think that a big part of that, especially for dudes, is the ability to manage their own emotions. I'm gonna be honest with y'all right now. I was in ministry for a very long time. I was preaching for a very long time. I ran men's groups and sat down with dudes. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, some of the most emotional human beings on the planet are dudes.
Yeah, they are.
It's a lot.
Men are so emotional. It's
so bad.
Crazy to me that women get deemed as being emotional. Like the amount of men that I've seen be emotional over like deals or conflict or whatever. I'm like, really?
Yeah, it's a lot. And here's the thing. They don't know how to, but how do you manage a muscle that you were never taught you were even supposed to have in the first place, right? Yeah. This is what I mean. Like men are not, they're not allowed to have that. Now, I would argue that a lot of that is perpetuated by men in the first place. But there are a lot of scenarios where men are not allowed to be emotional around women because women do not give men a safe space to be vulnerable, to be weak, to open up and speak. I don't think you would be that person, Vina, right? I think there's a lot of great women who would not be that person. My mother was not that person, but there's a lot of women and men who don't make space for that. And I think what happens when you have a world full of men who the way they demonstrated their value on the planet was by overt external masculinity, society changes. There's no longer space for that. You have no way to demonstrate that. And then the thing that gets taken over is what? Well, that's where you get vacuums created for like versions of manliness like the Andrew Tates espouse. And I think that because there's no space for men to truly have this discussion, there's a vacuum that's filled by stuff like that. And so I would say that there's an argument where there is that attack because where are these conversations? Now, men should step up and have these conversations. And I'm sure there's men all over the country, all over the world that are, but I don't think the voice is loud enough. And I think that needs to change.
I agree with you. I definitely agree with you there. I guess it's just, I don't feel bad for men for not having a safe space because this was created by men.
Interesting.
I mean, was it not?
Maybe, but let me ask you a question. If a person, right, let's take somebody I knew growing up, right? Let's take anybody. They grew up in a shit environment, right? They had no example of anything good. And so they perpetuated what they knew. Right. One could argue they had the same opportunities as everybody else. But the reality is, you know what I mean? Like a billionaire's children is going to have different opportunities than somebody's from the hood's children. It's just the way it is. Right. I look at these people because I know some of these people and I sit on a fence that allows me to see both sides of it. And there is a solid argument that says, well, those are your choices. But because I was exposed to that world, and I know I'm overwhelmingly fortunate to have been pushed into a different paradigm, I understand that sometimes you can't make choices you didn't know were available to you just because someone said they were, right? So does that person, even though their own choices perpetuated a lifestyle they don't want, it's a twofold question. The first part is, do they not also deserve compassion?
They do.
Two, okay, then the second is, then I think that refutes your own response, because then we do need to feel bad for people, even if their own choices put them in a position, if the environment that they were raised in didn't teach them better. And I would argue you're a better teacher if you lead with compassion than if you lead with condemnation.
Yeah, I agree. I'm unclear on what we're not agreeing on.
No. Well, because you just said that you don't feel bad for men. And I would say...
Oh, I mean, like, as a broad whole.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, no, I got you. Like, I mean, as a general, yeah. No.
That was created for men by men.
So then how do we fix it?
I think we have more women in leadership and more emotionally intelligent men at the top.
Interesting. Jonah, what do you think?
I had to have a conversation with my mom real quick because, that's happens, like where I'm still here. Yeah, I know. So I kind of like missed half of what you guys were just talking about, to be honest.
No, we're saying, so the simple summary is, what's the solution for this, right? Like, how do we come up with this? Because basically we talked about the difference between men and women. Like men go through struggles as well. I was highlighting a little bit of that.
Right.
There is men have perpetuated a lot of these problems. I think some women have also perpetuated the problem. What's the solution? How do we get to the point to where we have better conversations surrounding this and we can
Well, in
break
the
these
end, what we have to start doing is seeing each other as human beings instead of just generalizing. That's what causes everything. That's where all of these issues come from. Is like we're like women are like X or men are like X. It's like no, humans are X, right? Like humans act differently, and there are some generalities you can apply sometimes to a lot of different situations, but you just can't to everyone, right? Like some of the crazy things that we were hearing Andrew Tate say, right? Like where he was talking about just women who are social being like HOEs, right? Like whores, right? And it's just like, what are you talking about, bro?
Yeah,
like you can't, like a woman can't be going to a gala or something. Like it's just that's the issue in the end is you have to look at people like individuals, right? And the issue is people on every side, like huge feminists, huge Andrew Tate, red pill people, all of that, they're just falling into paradigms that they're told like this is the way men are, this is the way women are, right?
Yeah,
and it's like
agreed.
To an extent there are certain things that are true, right? But in the end you have to look at every individual because you can't judge individuals based on averages or like what happens to average women and men is not going to apply to you as an individual, right? And once that starts happening, once we start deprogramming ourselves from all this shit we grew up with, then we can start moving forward of like what's actual reality. And that's the only way to do it. I don't know how to do that, but that's
I have a clarifying question. Did you say that Andrew Tate said women who are
that was one of the reels we watched.
Whores, and he simultaneously has 6 women living in a house with him?
Yeah. But like those 6 women aren't social. They're not going out, Vina. They're staying at home.
But is he sleeping with all 6 of these women?
Theoretically, yes.
Possibly.
Allegedly.
It is also very possible that he doesn't actually believe a lot of that stuff, and he's like very faithful to one woman, and he's out here flexing
that
for
would
the
be
gram.
the funniest part of all.
Imagine if he's a very quiet, tame, calm guy who's dedicated to one woman, but he just knows this stuff goes viral.
If you meet him in
He's just
real
a
life.
fantastic marketer. It's possible.
That's crazy. It's technically possible. I doubt it.
No, I would bet a lot of money that is not true. In fact, I know for a fact it's not true.
Do you know people who know him?
Yes.
Interesting.
Whoa.
I mean, we got some tea. I mean,
I can't say more. I won't say less, but I'm not going to say more. Yeah, I don't follow him. I don't think that we should give people that are toxic masculinity and in a dangerous way, especially like if there's somebody with a platform and they're like not advocating for mental health, I think that's like huge red flag for me. That's like an immediate non-starter. I don't follow or ascribe to that. I think that mental health is a really serious and very complex issue that men and women both deserve to be seen and to have, whatever help or access to healthcare that they need in that regard. And I don't think there's any shame around it.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't go that far with it personally. I'll tell you why, because I think we got to be grown. You know what I mean? You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. The world is full of people who say,
wait, why can't I?
Because they're babies.
They're not my babies.
So somebody else's babies, just toss them.
Bye.
F those babies. Nah, but that's just me. Like, I think with everybody, you got to eat the meat and throw away the bones, right? Like you can't just take in everybody.
There's a lot of euphemisms.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's a big metaphorical guy.
I'm a big metaphor guy. I like to explain things.
Isn't that
But I'll tell you why, right? I'll give you a very simple example. When I was in ministry, right? There's and I don't know how much you guys know about faith, but in Christianity, there is a very big divide on whether or not you're allowed to drink in Christianity, right? Well, when I was in that, I took it very seriously. So I studied the freaking book. I studied all that, all the historical, okay, the Greek, the Hebrew, all the things. And so the Bible does not say anything about not drinking. It does not. Jesus's first miracle was turning water into wine. Anybody who tries to imply differently has not read the book. Here's the point. So I was leadership in ministry, like preaching from the pulpit, like doing funerals, like leading Bible studies. And so the head pastor of this ministry was like, hey, we need to talk because some of the men in the church that are in the leadership positions are drinking publicly. And I don't think that that is a good representation. And I said, why? This is nothing, there's nothing scripturally wrong with this. And they said, well, you could be sending the wrong impression. So here's my water was dirty back then. There was a hygienic value to that decision. But here's my point, right? And it leads back to this. And I said, but why? Our job is to educate them. And if we have to lie about the information to educate them, then what we're doing is we're just parceling information because we're scared they can't handle the whole thing, right? That makes me a bad teacher because I don't think they can handle educating based on truth. It's not my job to control their decisions. It's my job to teach them truth. So what does that have to do with this? I think we're too weak. We're small. We're just soft in society. And so what happens is I'm not grown enough to say, I don't agree with 98% of what you said, but you just said something that was valuable to me. And I'm grown enough to be able to take that valuable thing you said, respect it in a vacuum for its value, and still disagree with the rest of the shit that you said. And I would say that Andrew Tate, that stupid ass thing he said that any woman who goes to an art show is equally now as she's a whore, that's dumb. That's ignorant. Anybody who doesn't understand that that's ignorant is themselves ignorant, in my opinion. But if you also come out with a video that is very inspirational, and that has that one video, that one clip in a vacuum can cause somebody who is about to give up to get up off their ass and go do something positive with their lives, then you have done two things. You've said something stupid, but also said something helpful. I cannot write you as an entire human being off because of the stupid things you've said. I have to be able to respect and disagree simultaneously. Otherwise, I don't think that's a poor representation of emotional control, in my opinion. I don't like writing people off because I disagree with them.
I feel like you just set the bar for men so freaking low.
Why?
I think men are better than that. I think that if you say 98% garbage and there's 2% that's like marginally acceptable, why do we have to accept any of it? Why can't we reject all of it? Like a platform, this is the problem with social media. Everybody has a platform. And the good thing about social media is everybody has a platform. Why should we give our attention to people who are saying like 98% of garbage? There are many, many men and women who don't say 98% of things that are garbage. What, like, why? Why do we have to give them a pass because of this 2%? Like, no.
I don't know. I'm just capable of I'm capable of isolating.
I'm not going to do it.
I think this is the
harm that the 98% causes is a net negative to society.
Yeah, but you can't remove these people from society, right? Now we don't have to talk about
society. I'm saying don't give them a platform.
But that you can't stop
a platform. Yes, we can.
How can you
stop following him?
Here's the issue.
Nobody follows him. He's completely banned on everything, but people are still
talking about him.
Well, here's the main issue with, in my opinion, with what you're saying, Vina, or what you're thinking, is that there is a specific reason why people are attracted to Andrew Tate specifically, right?
Who are the people? Who are the people though? Let's call
a lot of young men. Like a lot of
or some.
It's a lot. There's like, trust me.
I don't know as much about him because I'm in my 40s, but I'm gonna tell y'all right now, like this dude got canceled from a lot of different people. Every single platform. We were talking about this earlier. Like his Uber got canceled, right? All in the same 5 minutes, which is kind of scary. But he still 4 years later gets millions of shares from millions of accounts. I wouldn't say this is a small number of people who respect portions of that message.
It's a lot of young men who, and I'm talking like 24 and under, right? Because society has done a bad job of addressing or explaining to them how to have a good life. This is what I was talking about earlier. Like this is I agree with you. It'd be better if it was somebody who wasn't Andrew Tate, but at the same time, the reason why we need to be able to understand the things that even all of us would agree with that he says, and why that's so attractive to young men when coming from him. We have to be able to understand that motivation. Otherwise, we won't be able to talk to these young men. They're just not going to be motivated by it, right? And it's happening a lot because they don't know how to define what manhood is. Like, for instance, there is a young, very famous, I'm not going to say their names, like famous in our communities, like real estate investors, wholesalers, who are really funny, really young. They're like under 23, right? And they love Andrew Tate, and they talk to me about him because I'm friends with them, right? And the issue is because because they haven't lived as much life, they can't decipher what he's saying, which is BS, and what he's saying, which is true, right? But something feels true about what he's saying. Like, why isn't anyone telling me to be strong? Shouldn't we all be striving to actually be as strong as we possibly be as the best we possibly be? Because no one's saying that to young men.
Well, and that right there, I'm gonna jump in for a second. That right there, what he's saying right now is exactly my point. You know, this is my concern, and what I see as a danger of saying, if I can't agree with all of what you say, I have to throw it all in the garbage. We are losing the ability to discern and differentiate. I can disagree with everything over here, but I can also see value in this. And when we don't teach people that skill, because we're emotional, I don't like that you said this, so now you're trash. F everything else that you say. You get young people who aren't raised with this skill. Hold on. I resonated with this that Andrew Tate said. Well, that must mean I agree with everything else. No, it just means you resonate with that, and you can separate the two if you're mature enough to do so. That's my concern.
Right.
But what he's saying, the 2% that you're defending, like, these are not unique thoughts that he came up with. There are many other people that say those things. So follow them, listen to them. And they don't say 98% of things that are harmful.
I don't think they're reaching that audience, though.
I don't think I feel like the way that there are other people saying it, but I don't think there's talking specifically. There aren't as many enough talking to young men. Like, that's the hard part, where I try to, right? Like, I talk to them. Like, I'm not going to say their names because it would completely throw them under the bus, but like, it was so funny. There was like a one moment where I'm talking to them and they're like, yeah, like, it's going to be sick so that we can have like a virgin wife. And I'm like, okay, hold on. What? Let's just like unpack that for a second, my guy. What is even great about having a virgin wife? Do you understand? Like, why do you feel like that is the sickest thing ever? And then there was like just a pause, and just like thinking about it, just being like not having a great answer, just being like, well, I want to make sure she's faithful to me. I'm like, that has like, you realize these things just aren't related. Like, you have no idea, right? Like I love you, but you also have literally no idea what has anything to do with anything, right? And the issue is that if you throw away Andrew Tate, and because like, I've watched a decent amount of Andrew Tate, so I can have this because I know why he thinks that. It's because Andrew Tate said that like virgins are better because they're more likely to be faithful, and therefore like
that's not true at all.
Peak women, which isn't true at all.
Because the first time it happens, they may be like, hold on, I'm not stopping here, bro.
Right. And I'm like, can I break down a couple
for him? I really don't. Like, if this is a core value, then why is he not faithful to one woman?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. And this is for me, Vina, this is where I'm really, really concerned with, because I think it's emotional intelligence. I think we got to be grown enough as people to differentiate our opinions and our emotions. And I think when our emotions are in the driver's seat of the opinions that we espouse in society, it starts getting a little bit like they can be connected, but they shouldn't be the driver under a lot of circumstances, because it creates these dialogues where we just tell everybody, oh, if I like you, I love you. And if I disagree with you, I hate you. Now, this is what allows the political things that we've seen over the last 8 to 12 years start to take place, because we don't have the skill of intellectual discourse or discord in these conversations. Like, we don't know how to discuss this stuff. We don't know how to talk through these, remove the emotions, and say, you know what? I think 90% of what you just said is stupid, but I can respect that one thing, right?
I mean, look, I am not saying that I laughed at that too. I'm not saying that people who generally are toxic in any shape or form, like I'm sure Hitler has said some decent things too. I don't hear you defending him either.
I haven't heard those things.
If he said something good, would you be like, oh,
he was a vegetarian?
Tell you what I would say. Well, there's his first problem.
He was what?
He was a vegetarian and he loved animals.
He didn't want to kill animals. What
There-
do you
there-
want to sing his
Do you
praises?
want to kill animals?
I'm not a vegetarian. Here's what I would say. I'm gonna tell you what I would say because I feel like, and this is just my opinion. I feel like I'm.
Don't say it. Actually, don't say it. I'm gonna save you here. Don't say it. Don't say it.
I mean,
Don't say the quiet part out loud.
it's not gonna say it. I'm gonna say it out loud. Don't say that. You already said everybody shouldn't be a ball. I'm not gonna be a ball sack, Bina. I got you.
You're a ball sack.
No, I'm not being a ball sack. I'm gonna say it because I ain't scared. I ain't never scared.
I'm also afraid you're about to be.
Here's what I would say. Here's what I would say. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. That point, that seems like a reasonable point. He's still Hitler, but hey, at least he says something seemingly intelligent. That's probably along the lines of what I would say. Because if I can't acknowledge an intellectual statement independent of a sociopath that said it or a psychopath that said it, I am not intellectually capable of differentiating the two. I'm not being intelligent. I'm being emotional, and I'm just not being mature enough to define it that way.
I
That's
100% reject anything Hitler has to say. I don't care how good one thing he says is.
So Vina, here's my thing. Right now, like Hitler's influence on the youth is not anywhere compared to Andrew Tate's influence on the youth, right?
And I'm
So
not
the issue for
equating
me-
the two. That's not. I'm not saying.
No, I know. I get your point,
Andrew
but I'm
Tate is
just telling
equivalent to Hitler, right? Like what they've done is like vastly different. So let
My
me
point is that you can't throw away if something saying is resonating with a certain part of the population. It's bad to throw away everything they're saying because otherwise you'll never understand why, and then you're never going to reach
I
those
agree.
people, and that's an issue, right?
That's
why that's like the hard part. Like even if you think 98% of what they're saying is garbage, you have to like be able to understand it, listen to it, and then define it. Should you ever come across people who are like my real estate friends who are really young, where I'm like, you just have no idea. You like literally just have no clue what the real world is. It's like, bro, like it's just like these, like I'm just like, just meet like a woman like who's saving themselves for marriage. There, if you start saying this shit about having 6 wives, you are the last man that type of woman wants anyway. So like literally the last. Like
that
I'm
part.
telling you.
I mean, it's crazy to me that all these men talk about like high value women, and I'm like, you are not a high value man. You cannot ask for a high value woman because you're not a high value man.
It's also just all so cringe thinking about
It's
like
so
like being
gross.
like I'm a high value man, I'm an alpha. I
No,
find that stuff
you're
so
a ball
gross.
sack. You're not a high value man. You're a ball sack.
Clipping that as well, Vina. You gotta stop saying things.
If you're leading with that in a sentence out loud of your mouth, I'm a high value whatever, that's your first clue that you're full of shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're like 100% not.
Okay, so do you agree with Sharon Lee's statement here that you can accept the information without having to accept the person?
Yes, as a general statement, yes.
Unless it's on the tape.
But I have discernment. Okay, I have like a low level of discernment because I keep people around me that have very high levels of discernment because I know I'm just a people person. So I just generally like everybody and I want to like woo everybody and be
Andrew
everybody's friend.
Tate, and it's just like starts like becoming his best friend. Like
Yeah, I mean, look,
He's actually not that bad, guys.
Yeah, he just lent me $1 million on a real estate deal. I think he's doing great, you know? Like
no, it would definitely not be money that changes anything about my opinion.
It's just funny.
When it comes to it. I am known to have, my husband says this to me all the time. He's like, yeah, you're the unlikeliest of friends. Like, and I have many friends in my life like this. Like, people are always shocked by the people I'm friends with. So like, but like, how? I find people interesting from all different like walks of life, all different backgrounds. Like I have many friends that are not part of this real estate crew, right? And despite that, I can accept this information. Like I can agree that some of the things he said maybe are okay. They might even be things I've said or I've agreed with, or I've heard someone I actually respect and actually admire say. I do not admire people like this. I do not respect people like this. And I just generally reject the fact that I have to give him a platform because he said one good thing out of 100. No, why?
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think he deserved. I don't think someone has to give him a platform because he said one valuable.
And also, like, I'm somebody that really believes your words are powerful. They are, and your mind, like, people's brains are very, very bad at distinguishing what's actually real and what is like a manufactured memory, right? That's why eyewitness accounts are notoriously unreliable, because every time we recall a story, right? If I tell you what I did earlier today, I'm not actually recalling a memory, I'm reconstructing the memory. And so if I actually went to the toy drive at 7 a.m. this morning, but as I'm telling you, I'm like, yeah, I left at like 7:10. And then a month from now, I say, oh yeah, I left at 7:15. It's not that I'm blatantly lying. It's just my mind is reconstructing it and changing it a little bit, right? Like, this is known. And because we know our minds are so powerful and they're susceptible, they're actually like very vulnerable to the people that we're around and the things we listen to, that if we listen to 98% garbage, even if there's 2% of good, the 98% is a net negative. It's not a net positive. It's not a net neutral. It's a net negative. And so I appreciate that you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but at the same time, we shouldn't be in a place where we are consuming this information or this knowledge and trying to go through 98% garbage to get to the 2% of good. There's so many people out there that have 98% of good things to say and 2% garbage. That's a better person to follow and to align with.
Well, I think, and this is the balance, right? And this is a difficult balance. We were talking about this the other day at Thanksgiving, I think. We were talking about this, and we were talking about how people who grow up in really, really sheltered environments, they go to college and they lose their minds, right? They got their ass out everywhere because they were grown, they were sheltered. I was not sheltered from anything. I didn't have that luxury. So I didn't smoke weed the first time till I was 35, right? I grew up around drugs. I had none of that stuff because it wasn't taboo to me. So then what's the dichotomy? Well, according to the very, very valid point you just made, don't expose yourself to environments that don't serve you. But then when you look at that example, those people weren't exposed to environments. But the second they got exposed to them, they were ill-equipped for them, and then they were taken advantage of by them. And this is where the dichotomy exists, where I think that, no, you should not willingly expose yourself to stuff that doesn't serve you, but you still have to find time to develop the skill set that if these things exist in the world around you, you have to be skilled enough to not just avoid them and run from them because you don't want that around you, but to be able to survive in the midst of it until you get back to your safe space. I guess that's where my brain
exercise or practice discernment with someone who says like 98% of good things and discern the 2%. Why does the skill set have to be practiced in the opposite? And
because
also, what we're talking about right now, like we're talking about like these men that are in their early 20s and we're talking about college kids. Like, again, a big challenge in this is they just don't have a fully developed frontal lobe. And I hate even saying this because I know so many young men and women that are so incredibly smart and they're accomplished and they're really great human beings, like solid human beings, people I co-sign with, right? And even still, I'm like such an old lady now. Let me like break out my cane. But I'm like, they'll like say or do something. And I'm like, oh, you just, your frontal lobe isn't developed yet. Like, this is legitimately not your fault that you don't have this foresight, because I thought those things too when I was 21 or 22 or 24, right? Like, I had this worldview that is vastly, radically different than it is now, because my frontal lobe wasn't developed. It wasn't because I wasn't smart. It wasn't because I wasn't capable. It wasn't because I didn't get educated. It's not any of those things. It's just like my brain didn't grow fast enough.
Yeah.
And also they just don't have any life experience. Like I've just realized, like, I'm just like, wow, you just have, like, I've talked to younger people and I'm like, you just have no idea. Like,
Yeah.
you just like go through that. Like, I have the humility now that, like, if anyone starts talking about children or pregnancy or anything, I literally have no clue.
You're like,
I just
I bow
have
out.
no
Yeah.
idea.
Right.
I just have zero.
I tried saying that, and Jonah interrupted me to say no, women are dumb. So
Yeah, it sounds like
when
I
knew
it. No, actually, wait. Let me just come to your defense for a second, Jonah. I think I watched that full clip.
You watched the full episode, not the full clip. The full clip is taken out of context.
I saw the context of it.
Okay.
I think you have some splaining to do, Keanu.
which part? What I say? About the emotion? All I said was I don't really know anything about it. We should have some women.
I'm pretty sure you were saying that men are qualified to talk about pregnancy.
No, I said I was. No, I was like, I legit, like, and you see that part in the clip. I was like, we should probably bring some ladies on to talk about it. Yes. I've never been pregnant before. No, I don't.
You haven't?
I have not. I have not.
Well, I have.
Have you? Twice. This is right. Nah, that's one thing that's weird for me, right? Because I'm a dude, but I was raised by women. So like there's just certain things I gotta be just intellectually honest about. Like, bro, I don't have no babies growing in here. So I just don't know what that shit's like.
That's so true.
Yeah. You will never know what it's like to be kicked in the balls either. So we also you gotta have stuff on it. And with that, because we are also 4 hours.
Vina, you're a G.
My mom is like, I'm gonna kill you. Do the dishes now. Like I'm getting. She's like,
hold on, you a grown man and you getting yelled at for not doing the dishes yet because you're on a podcast.
When I'm in this house,
all right,
it's her rules. I am not a grown man in this.
I respect
gotta do
it.
The dishes, and I deserve, and I need to do the dishes, and I totally need to.
I think you should.
Should have been doing that.
You should have been. I don't even know why you're still here. Okay, that being said, Vina, you're a G. I don't even know. I appreciate you hopping in here and chatting with us.
Thank you so much for coming on, Vina. Like this was fun.
Yeah, it was
fun. You should come on more often. We'll invite you up here.
Okay. I don't know if your audience is ready for me. Yeah,
I'm
like,
I think they are. Vina, I'm on mostly your side a lot of the time. So like it'd be nice to have a friend.
Political season was tough. Me and Jonah
political was hard.
We hated doing it so much because neither one of us like really enjoyed talking about that crap. But it was just an important season, so we just jumped in here, and Jonah was definitely the odd man out in a lot of situations.
By myself, being the lone liberal in a sea of conservative Trumpians, and
it was sad.
All right, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna fight the whole world right now. Let's
there you go. Burn it down, Jonah. Burn the
whole thing down.
But I think this is really what we lack in society today: the ability to have intellectual dialogue surrounding important topics. Like, why the hell don't we do this? We got all this social media, but we ain't talking about nothing, and it's crazy to me. So I appreciate you coming on here and sharing your perspective because it's definitely a valued one.
No, thank you guys for including me in this conversation. I feel like you guys could maybe have other women, because there's like a lot of women in your comments here that I think have really valid points that I'm like, wait, I got to grab all of them because I have to represent for all of them. But they could also probably leave really valuable.
We got a few on. You are not the first woman on the Prophet and Paradox podcast.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So happy to hear that.
Cool.
But guys, appreciate you hanging out. What happened, Vinny?
I was going to say, I'm saying like even in this chat, we've seen so many women that have showed up with really great insight. And you guys know me, I like to give other women platforms too. So I'm just making sure, because I don't know, I haven't been on this before. So is this like a weekly thing you guys do?
So weekly thing we do, we just choose a different topic, and like today's was the red pill. And so we choose different things. Like last week, what was last week's? What did we talk about?
Mandela effect? I think it was Mandela effect.
Oh yeah, we talked about the Mandela effect. We'll get into like conspiracies. This is like a crazy.
Do you remember the cornucopia or not? Because I swear to God, I remember a cornucopia.
Yes. Fruit of the Loom?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I've like looked into all of these. So it's crazy because there is evidence of there being fruit in it.
Thank you. So yeah, we talked. So yeah, what we decided, because Jonah had been asking me about a podcast and he wanted to do like another like real, and I'm like, yo, 800 people everybody's doing the same. Let's talk about real estate for an hour stuff. Like there's people that are doing that well. Let's just talk about random shit, because life is more than just business, right? Like we
decided me and Keanu are way more entertaining than most people, so we just need to be talking about stuff, because we have a good vibe.
That's so true. Okay, I think for next week, can I like suggest a topic?
Yes.
Yeah, please. We need more topics. Please.
Okay. I feel like it was Shanna. Did I say your name right? Shana or Shanna?
It's Shauna. It's Shauna. It took me a year to get that right, so don't feel bad. It's Shauna.
Okay. She had like made a brief comment. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, we got to talk about that too. She was talking about the pink tax. And I think you guys should talk about the pink tax.
What's a pink tax?
I don't even know what that is. What is that? What is the pink tax?
Of course you don't.
Hey,
Is
all
this
right.
like a woman tax? Oh wait, is this the one? Is this the tax on reproductive things, on like birth control and stuff like that?
There's that. But like if you look at hair color, for example, or razors, right? Men use razors, women use razors. Men use hair color, women use hair color. It is more expensive to buy a pink razor than it is to buy what is it? Schick? Is that the brand Schick? Gillette, whatever. For men.
Interesting. And razors for men are crazy expensive. Y'all are like paying then.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's
that's
very expensive to be
Wait,
women.
why are women should buy men's razors? Because razors are. It doesn't matter what gender you are.
Maybe y'all ladies should just stop being ball sacks and just pay the price.
You're right. Okay,
Clip that, you Marco. We're clipping that one as well, bro. Like you said, put a bunch of unwanted emotional labor on Vina with that one. All right, what the hell? What the hell was that, Keanu? Doing that to our honored guests here?
Yeah, you jerk. No, but I think clothes, haircuts. I think that you should talk about the pink tax.
That's interesting. Okay. Now that's
we need women for that. Me and Keanu are just gonna
women.
Fumble.
Have Shauna on here.
We need to get we need some women to do that one. That could be interesting.
Yeah,
that would be really interesting.
Yeah, she's the one who inspired it.
All right, Shauna, you're coming on next week.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a good one, guys. I'm really excited about this stuff. This is what we're here, right? Like me and Jonah have this thing where we want to make conversations great again. Just talk about stuff, right?
Okay. Even great again. Okay.
Right, twist it. You gotta put twist on it. That's what you got to do.
Do we?
Do we? I mean, why not? It's out there.
He
didn't like it. He didn't like it.
I was like, okay.
In fairness, that hashtag was created during a podcast where we were talking about Trump, and my spin was, all right, let's just make conversations great again. Like, let's
that was the way for us to unify a little bit.
Like grown
conversations have always been great. I don't need to make them great again.
Have you not? I remember being inside of a place with you, and there was a little go-kart track where you were part of a not so great conversation. Not all conversations are good. Do you remember that?
It was great for me.
It was great for him. Not you. It was not. I gave him a ride home. He felt
I'm
very.
So confused. Wait,
you missed
can I hear
this? Vina somebody. There was a statement that was made that was not so great. He said some not so great things.
Wait, can I just hear the statement? We don't even need to hear the story. Let's just hear the statement.
The whole thing out. Okay, go ahead.
Just the statement. What was the statement?
I'm not embarrassed by it. I didn't say it. This guy, I don't even remember what his name is. Otherwise, I'd name.
Don't worry about the name. Don't name him. Just what's the statement is all we need to know.
He told
I'll imagine being his reaction.
He told 2 young women in their early 20s that in order to be successful in business, they have to show their bodies more.
Oh wow, that's wild. I don't even need the rest of that. That's crazy.
It was like the passion with which he defended it.
And he really did. He really tried.
The dumbest part of it.
That's the dumbest hill to die on I've ever heard of in my entire life.
And then I'm like, wait, no, I have like an objection to this. And then he's trying to tell me how all the people that are like my friends built social media, and all the men that are my friends that are like really prominent in this space, and like what they would say and what they would think. And he was using who was it? I can't remember. One of my friends. I had just spoken on their stage, and he's like, well, I've been on this person's stage. And I was like, okay, well, thank you for saying that, because I'm going to make sure I tell them that this is crazy that this representation's on your stage. And he was like, and I did, by the way. I was like, just so you know, this is what, I can't remember who it is anymore. Whoever it was, we'll call him John. Okay, sorry to all the Johns out there. I don't even know if his name was John.
It was not a John. It was not.
Okay, great. So John I was like, look, this is what John's saying. Is this something you agree with? Why are you having him on your stage? Come to find out, by the way, his like, oh, I've been on their stages because he paid to be on their stages as like a testimonial to whatever their like sales pitch was. And it's like, bro, like, do not come and tell me how to be on these stages where people pay me to be on these stages when you paid to be on that stage so that you could say this exactly same thing to me and like act like it's a flex. That's not the flex you think it is. Oh my God, I'm like mad again.
I walked in. I had a Yorkie.
I love
in my
that
hand.
though. I love that. I would have killed to see that. That would have been
No,
wow.
it was great. I walk in.
This is crazy.
It was crazy.
And it was late, and like mastermind days are like crazy long days to begin with, right? And so like all I'm seeing is Vina, and you could tell it was a long day, but Vina's like going in on this guy, and he was like a tall. It was actually very interesting to watch.
I love that.
Yeah, it's just a reminder for anybody who had the weird curiosity. Vina's not to be effed with. It was actually very interesting.
If that wasn't obvious already.
F with me. I'm a very nice individual. Just don't say crazy shit and you'll be fine.
Yeah, that was a lot. I gave him a ride back, right? We gave him a ride because we didn't have nowhere to go. Because I'm grown, Vina. I'm not gonna make this dude walk now.
What the hell, Quijano? You didn't.
Why?
Let him walk,
He's so
though?
successful. Let him call a driver. Call his driver then.
Fair enough.
You know how to be so successful in business. You show your body off and tell young women to do this. Call your driver.
I need you to know, Vina, that this person, and I will say this because they were not named, the person did tear up in the car on the way back because they felt badly. They felt badly that they made a mistake. And
you should tell me who it is so I can re-remember this person I don't want to be.
You not
so I can make him cry again. What the hell? I'm gonna remind him of this whole thing.
Tell him that men shouldn't be so emotional.
I love that. I love that.
That's what I'm talking about. Don't mess with Vina, y'all. Nah, it was good. So not all conversations are great for everybody, but we should make them great.
For sure.
Who's the boss at? Me or that guy?
No, that guy. You maybe. I'm still deciding about you.
Is the verdict's still out. This time. Let me know when you find out.
For everybody watching, we're all friends here, so this is like very friendly banter.
Oh,
people going around me like, Vina hates Keanu.
It's funny because half the time when Jonah comes on here, he's wearing his Multify hat, and he's like, "Yo, Quijano,
I'm wearing it right now.
No way."
Wearing a Multify hat, right? I'm doing a whole challenge today, and everybody's coming here like, how is he on Quijano's thing repping Multify? I'm like, why wouldn't he be repping Multify? He should be.
I'm part of Multify. It's one of my it's one of my favorite communities.
Who said that? Who said that? The ball sack?
No, somebody else in the chat. Somebody in the comment.
Oh.
But half the time we talk about, because he's like, I don't know, should we be talking about this? I don't want to inappropriately represent Multify. So
I don't bring the Multify out on like political ones, or I hope I didn't. I might have, but like I'm trying to make sure the brand is good.
I appreciate that thoughtfulness. See, EQ here. EQ.
It's respectful.
No, but you should tell me who this ball sack is again. I'm gonna ask you. Do you know who this is, Jonah? Oh, you didn't even know the story.
He wasn't there.
I know who'll know it though. The victims of his statement will know.
But I don't think they knew him like that. He's not like a very well-known guy like that.
Really? Because he told me how well-known he was and how to build a successful business.
When people say that, like I instantly am like because like people who actually have built successful businesses and stuff would never say that ever.
Like this. Yeah.
Well, I like know those people.
I did say it to him because I had to assert a little
but
bit.
He said something crazy. You had to assert some dominance.
I did.
I can't even flex like that. You know, I've talked on 0 real estate stages. 0.
Really?
Not one.
You know,
haven't you talked at Pace's masterminds before? That's
at
not
the
true.
masterminds. I used to do all the masterminds, like the
real estate stage.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like a big stage, like an actual stage. That's the front of the room. It's a little bit different.
I don't know. I think that.
I mean, that's just your opinion. That's just you degrading yourself, man. You know.
Oh.
I mean, that is a stage. I don't know what you're talking about.
I agree.
Maybe. I don't know. But it's also.
Yeah, I don't like this John guy. He's a ball sack. He's
a ball
crazy shit. And I'll tell you, Nick was also like going in hard. He was like, no, do not collect $200. And someone said, I wish it was recorded. It is recorded. Someone has it somewhere. And so it is out there.
Wait, somebody recorded that?
Many people recorded it.
Get out of here.
Crazy.
I want to know the best part. Here's the best part. I walk in, right? And I got this Yorkie in my hand. Swear to God, this happened, right? Vena's like going in, like as aggressive as she's talking right now. She's like, look, pretend this is the Yorkie, right? This is the Yorkie. And she's like, da 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 da. And she didn't stop going in on dude. She simultaneously starts petting a Yorkie. She didn't break stride. Like she kept I'm like, she's going in on this dude, petting a Yorkie. It was Diesel. She said he was scared for his life. Yeah, he like she did not break stride. That's how you know you was focused, because you petted a whole Yorkie and didn't even remember.
I was focused. I mean, the mama bear in me came out.
Yeah, it was good. It was fun to watch.
Absolutely not on my watch. You will not. And this is why there have to be women in the room and there have to be women in leadership. Otherwise, men who say garbage things like this will get a pass, or there's no women in the room who can and will challenge him. I'm now able to challenge people. There were many years where I didn't ever challenge this sort of rhetoric. I wouldn't have had this conversation with you if you asked me to have it 8 years ago.
Really?
5 years ago, I wouldn't have had this conversation.
Why?
Because from this conversation, there are many men watching me that are no longer going to do business with me because they feel threatened by what I have to say. And now I just don't give a shit because I don't need you to do business with me. Yeah. If you think that what I'm saying is offensive, then good. Please, the trash should take itself out.
No, that's freedom. That's actual freedom right there.
Right. Like, what's the point of having FU money if you can't tell people FU every now and then?
We got such a good roll of clips of Vina from this podcast.
Oh my God,
That's
no,
one right
no.
there. What is the point of having
I
FU
like
money
it.
if you don't say FU money? We
That's
put like
it.
the sunglasses on her with like the joint
I know,
coming
I know.
out with like the music, like
I
that
need
little
like a
meme,
big
you
like
guys know that?
cigar and a glass of
Yeah.
whiskey.
You'd just be sick. Okay, guys, I need to
go wash
do
your
household
dishes, Jonah.
chores,
Jesus.
or like
The dishes aren't going to wash themselves, Jonah.
Jesus, bro.
are we not ending the podcast? Do I just need to go?
No, look,
Wrapping. We're trying to.
Profit and Paradox, episode 30. Do dope stuff.
Love y'all.
Be dope people. Connect yourself with dope people. Love y'all. See y'all in the next one. Peace.
Bye. Thank you.